But for Earl, this age girl, she got. Yeah, it's
Of course, it's the teenage girl.
yeah, it's something.
I heard that
Just so everybody knows. But for Earl, age girl, she got. Yeah,
Of course, it's the teenage. Hey.
yeah, it's something.
I heard that
Oh, they remember before. Over here. Oh. Yeah. Challenge. Right now, and like I don't know this wasn't so this was really not interested in rooms, farm, and plays and control that. So characters coming remotely. That's just based on small town laws of Did you just sign on? Yeah. I don't need a sure. Why I would go.
She did great.
Christine.
Very, very well. Yeah, I was very impressed. I knew she would though.
She's already found this is the Hey Christy, are you on your way? Yes. Can you go up to the main one and find you and make them yourself? I can go from this hour I can't. This one for the hold on. Gonna turn off the YouTube feed. What? Before you I need to talk to you about some things. No, there's no data.
He just takes them out on the website.
He doesn't do that. No, I don't. You need at least one point. Michael Schulteis, are you actually coming or are you only doing remote?
Only remote. I've got a bunch of conflicts today.
Okay. If you can, go into my account, they didn't send me a receipt, but there's the charge on the electronic party from, my card, that needs to be added back on.
What?
Okay, I'll take care of that.
All also, you may need to get with, Darren Tinsler about getting there. Can you look and see if you have the information for their, damn it, bank transfer information for Lawrence County? I don't think you can because I hear a turn signal. So I feel like you're in a car.
I'm not in a car. That's someone else.
Probably me. I didn't realize I wasn't muted.
I don't have the loan information there, treasurer unavailable, so checks.
Darren Spencer is gonna get you the information because they may need money transferred to them today. Okay, Michael, Darren's gonna get you the bank information Monday morning. Email it to him, treasurer@lpia.org. And actually keep an eye out for it, Michael. Cool. Schulteis,
You were breaking up.
I couldn't hear you. How did you say?
You were breaking up.
Stay on.
Okay.
There's actually three persons.
Um,
You look so excited. You look so excited.
You send a message to this call asking him what it is.
He is. It's
Supposed to be on this.
I'm with you, but I mean, we can't really count them, so. Free speech, let's count them. Say whatever we want. I'm way bigger than you, just not last time. One of the UEC's like the board members.
He also was endorsed by the party. He was also endorsed by the party. He was also endorsed by the party. It is a Libertarian Party, so shut your face.
That's what I would say.
You know, the Lawrence County is the guy who's school that we're going to be all about.
Yeah, if Lawrence County had worked a little bit harder, maybe we'd have.
How did Hurricane County come to share? You think happens up here at all? Boxing,
Yes.
Hilton Garden.
We have a lot of great things. We, yeah. We had, the candidate who refused to communicate directly with Lydia. Said he could share information for himself whatsoever. And then I was also. It was actually not no thank you. I'm paraphrasing. It was a little bit more uncouthful. But I believe Marion County is going to be stepping it up this year.
Yes. I should hope so after
I
the,
was looking at you.
that room meeting. Oh,
That's what I'm talking about.
he is due for a swirl.
Uh,
That is such a tame way to phrase that. No,
Jason,
notice speech.
yeah, I'm not sure it would have been any better with the other one, but it could have been nothing. It could have been neither. It would have been fine. Hello.
Mr. Lomax, your email this morning brought joy to my heart.
Did
I'm
it?
a year that I enjoy this. So I wasn't aware. Your wins, were they contested?
One of them was, the,
No, he should be here.
he got, she was contested, she finished second, but it was 2-3.
You can trust him.
For what?
Township boards.
It
might have been 3-3.
But she still was not third.
She was not third, she was second, she beat a Republican
Good.
in a solid red.
Just as a reminder to everybody, we are recording and we are live streaming currently right now. So. These cases.
I wish I had time.
This phone are actually made.
I have to be at work at noon. So,
I think it's terrible.
I don't know what it is, to be honest with you.
Do you talk to those people regularly? Are they involved in infrastructure and they just kind of do their own
They
stuff?
just kinda do their own stuff. A lot of the counties do that.
The ones that you would email back to.
Henry County, I mean, it's Jeremiah Morehouse County. When he's boss hog of Liberty.
Do they talk to him?
We have a group together for the district too.
Talking about the two county board,
Those two, yeah.
communicate a whole lot. They just.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah, we had two, no, not again.
Hey, he's talking about the cop.
Yeah.
I thought he had.
There's a lot that, we'll probably say about that offline. Specifically. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that offline.
Sure.
But I
So
don't have
you're
to make
three.
my words.
Danny has four letters. Ready on that?
Well, there's still Rexy too.
What about Rex?
He wasn't not, so,
Rex isn't any,
he's not, I thought he did Susan. Boyle.
Susan's the judge and she's not seeking.
Right.
But all of it is here. So
So she's still.
Mr. Nolan, go ahead. Mr. Nolan, go ahead.
I can, the audio is terrible. I can hardly hear you at all.
I'm
Is there
sorry,
anything you can do to help improve the audio?
nothing we can do. Because if somebody trips with that, just throws my computer off, fucking head. You have to plug it.
Can you bring the microphone closer to the,
There's no
Please.
microphone. There's nothing we can do, Greg.
there has to be a microphone somewhere. I'm an engineer. I know better than that.
Solution is the state party can buy some actual audio equipment, AV equipment, instead of using my computer.
Okay.
Solution, which I've proposed twice and got no support.
Can the computer be brought closer to?
Mr. Nolan, 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Is the video really all that important for being our mug, or audio is more important? If somebody just wants to put this on their phone, turn the volume all the way down, put it somewhere here central so we can all be heard, even if all they see is the beautiful. See how cool next. Well, if you turn that off.
There have been times when people have actually joined in the Zoom call, for instance. We didn't know who they were, they never responded, so we don't know if they actually down. Having
Well, it's
video,
also not even a public meeting, we're streaming on YouTube.
it is, but we don't allow everybody to speak.
If we have the volume turned all the way down, we can speak all they want, no one.
But we have to be able to recognize the members that are supposed to be able to speak. Yeah, the answer is no. Yeah, it's. What I was thinking.
You told me the lecture.
Mr. Eichholz,
Too bad.
Mr. Eichholz, what county are you from again?
Allen County.
Allen County, thank you. I knew that. The guest visitor in Zoom is Mr. Eichholz, Jason Eichholz from County Chair of Allen County. Carefully. That's correct. No, might be able to. Chuck, go mute my audio up there and turn the volume down on that. And then I'm gonna turn the audio on. See, I'm trying.
Different.
Turn it down. Right hand side. No. Right hand side of the screen. There are 3 buttons. 2 of them are volume up to.
Multiple voices of heaven.
Greg Nolan, why do I have you joining twice? You're muted.
I was going to try and run the sound through the speakers on my computer, thinking maybe that I might be able to get some sound.
Did you just mute him again?
No, we turned the TV down like gas to.
Okay. But why? Oh, because this is muted here. Okay, is that better?
Yes,
Okay, cool.
100% better.
Okay. So I'm going to deny your request to join via second account, Greg.
That'd be fine.
Hi, Alyssa. Go ahead. They're on the corner of the table up there.
There's a little red plastic.
Galt is here on the can you go up there and change that to speaker instead of gallery or
Whoever's speaking instead of meeting host.
yeah, it shouldn't just be on me. I don't know what it's on, what it's set to, but it shouldn't just be on me. Chris Galt is here remotely. Greg Nolan is here remotely. John Schick is here remotely. Christy Avery is here remotely, but is coming. And Michael Schulteis is here remotely. And we have Jason Eichholz as a guest remotely. I'll go ahead and tell you who's here in person when you're ready as guests. Let me know when you're ready. Michael, Christie, John Schick, Chris Galt, Greg Nolan.
Congressional campaign.
Okay. You have Tanya Millis, spelled with 2 I's. Vice Chair, Lawrence County. Darren Kinzer, Chair, Lawrence County. Darren Kinzer, 2 R's. Darrin, Kinzer, Kinser.
That's the chair.
Yep. Will Henry, 2nd District Congressional candidate. And Will, are you secretary in Elkhart County Secretary? Tim Cotton. Tim, I was struggle. Is it Tim or is it Tom? Tim Cotton. Currently, Tim Chair, St. Joe County. Danny Lundy.
General troublemaker, Morgan County.
Morgan County Chair. And I believe that is it for guests. What is that? What's I gonna put our count at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we have 14 in attendance so far. Okay. Come on back to the table, guys. I'm muting you, Mr. Nolan. Just remember you're muted. All right. The time is 10:47. This is the Libertarian Party of Indiana monthly State Central Committee meeting. I call this meeting to order. Madam Secretary, if you're ready with the roll call. Go ahead.
Chair Evans,
Here.
Vice Chair Lucy here. Treasurer Michael Schulteis,
Present.
Communications Director Michelle Holliday,
No.
Tech Director Chuck Hagerman,
Present.
Field Director Morgan Ray, present. Political Director Chris Galt,
Aye.
District 1 John Schick,
Here.
District 2 Elizabeth Hilton, District 3 Christy Avery. Here. Hey, she's actually in person. District 4 Dennis Beatty.
No.
District 5 Greg Nolan.
Here.
District 6 Luke Williams.
Here.
District 7 District 8 Jay Coleman.
Present.
9 Greg Hurt.
Here.
We have guests. Jason, I mispronounced your name.
Eichholz.
From Allen County, he's the Allen County Chair. He's present via Zoom, correct?
Correct.
Danny Lundy of Morgan County Chair. Tanya Millis, Lawrence County Vice Chair. Darren Kinzer, Lawrence County Chair. William Henry, 2nd District Congressional candidate and also Elkhart County Secretary. And Tim Cotton, St. Joseph County Chair.
Tim Chair. Also, for the record, Tanya Millis was the 9th District congressional candidate, and Darren Kinzer was the Lawrence County Sheriff candidate. That's it. We also on Zoom have Connor Nepo, which is what I'm going to call him because that's what his Zoom name says. He is muted, so he can't respond right now, but Connor is our alternate region rep for the LNC. And I believe he will probably be giving the 10-minute LNC update on behalf of our region rep Dustin Nana when that time comes. What was the count for the roll call?
Voting number.
Yep. Did you record the non-voting members too?
Listed as
Okay, but did
and
you,
then that's also I have all the guests.
okay, but you, I mean, did you call out Clayton and Paul as deputies and assistant?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, but I.
But what was our,
I forgot we had deputies.
what is our, what is our total voting roll call? Yeah.
Have the deputies.
Board members, please make sure that you have your agenda, which is at the end of the table by Christy Avery. There is also an email printout over there that says reply 2023 convention. Please make sure you have a copy of that as well. You guys do not have that in Zoom. Sorry. The convention, the agenda is similar to what is posted on the website. There were two requests for or two district reps requested additional information on the agenda, but we'll get to that in a minute. So what was the count? 14. Okay, thank you.
Voting members and then assistant secretary or deputy Hilton.
Please, everybody, make sure to speak up when you're talking so that the people at home can hear us through my laptop. Adoption of the agenda. You guys have the agenda in front of you. For those at home, the additional items to the agenda that was requested prior to is under affiliation request, under item A, insert Lawrence recount for 15 minutes. Item C, insert disaffiliation, Jay Solomon for 5 minutes. D, temp chair, Orange County, 5 minutes, Jay Solomon. 10 minutes for voter data, that's John Schick. And then it continues with the rest of the original agenda as posted online, which was district and county conventions for 10 minutes and 5 minutes for events, and then announcements for 5 minutes and then adjournment. Those are the changes to the online agenda that were done mostly timely. Mr. Schick was a little bit late, but Mr. Solomon got his requests in on time. Are there any additional amendments to the agenda as presented? Anybody in the peanut gallery? On Zoom? No? Okay. All those in favor of the agenda say aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. And just for the record, and all those opposed say nay. Okay, the agenda is adopted. Mr. Eichholz, you don't get to vote.
I'll smile then.
Okay, thank you. Appointment of timekeeper, as is tradition. Mr. Rigg, will you be a timekeeper?
Tradition, I would.
Excellent, thank you. All right, first item, reports of officers, chair for 10 minutes. Mostly what I want to talk about in my 10 minutes is the election and where we go from here. I'm not going to give an election recap, as that will come during the political director's 2-minute report and then the 45-minute report on the 2022-23 conventions or elections. So what I will say is this. One, I do have a post-mortem from the Maurer campaign. I did not print it off. I did intend to do that. So since I didn't get it printed off, tonight I will email it to the SCC so that you guys can see it. It's kind of a recap of the campaign. It also has things that they believe both counties, the candidate and the state party could do better in the future to help candidates, as well as the positives that happen. So it was a good breakdown. I'm disappointed that we didn't hit the 10% mark in the SOS campaign. That's the reason why we're in this room right now. Is back in September when I sent out the invite for this, you guys may notice that I sent it to every county chair. The reason for that was because I knew if Jeff got over 10%, we were going to have to, by the 21st of November, completely overhaul our entire bylaws. The entire party structure would have to change to be compliant with the law. With that, there was no way we would be able to do it as a board without the support of all the county chairs. So I made sure to book this space and made sure the county chairs were at least aware of the meeting ahead of time so that we would be able to do it. We have this space for that. We went ahead and held this meeting here instead of the Antelope Club, one, because we had booked it already, and two, because of what I think needs to happen next for us, which is we need to act as if. We need to act as if we did hit the major party status. We need to be organizing our counties and appointing people as precinct captains to go door knock, not just when we have a candidate in the neighborhood. Russell Brooksbank, I had a great conversation with him. By the way, please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. His father is in a tough way right now and in the hospital in Ohio. But I had a conversation with him about how he wants to try to grow the party. And we were talking about doing things on the precinct level, using the data that we have, but also giving people things to do, not just sending them a letter that says libertarians are smarter than you and we have the answer. It's actually doing something that gets them to want to come and participate. But so we need to act as if we are a major party. Otherwise, we're never going to become a major party. If we keep acting like we're small fish, we're going to continue to be small fish. And we're going to get eaten up. So I'm very proud of all of our campaigns. Let me rephrase that. I'm proud of the vast majority of our campaigns and our candidates. We ended up having 45 candidates on the ballot this year. I am proud of 44 of them. That is not a record. The record, I believe, is 120. I think it's 122 is my recollection. It is in an off year. It was in a non-presidential year. I do believe it is a record. But absolutely every single candidate put in the hard work. They did amazing. I'm not going to talk about the wins. I'm going to let the political team talk about that in a minute. But there are candidates that I would like to acknowledge and people that I'd like to acknowledge. So I may go over my 10 minutes here a little bit. First, I want to start with the team up in Kosciuszko. All of the candidates up there did an amazing job. Cassie Roland, who is the county chair up there, got a great slate of candidates, a large slate of candidates, and they worked their communities and they worked their neighborhoods. And even though they had a pretty bad beat, they immediately, that same night, said, that's okay, let's get ready for 23. And that's an amazing attitude. Obviously, Jeff's campaign was stellar. It did break records. Again, I'll let the political team talk about that. They worked really, really hard. I'm proud of that campaign and everything that they did. James Siniak running for U.S. Senate also set the standard for what a statewide non-SOS candidate should be doing. going out and doing the events. Super proud of everything that he did. He ended up being on Kennedy on Fox Business News. The day of the televised town hall that he was excluded from, he ended up being on Kennedy. That's amazing. We had Kristen Alexander in Morgan County who ran for a township board. For the past 2 years, she's been doing the job that she ran for. She's been helping that board get their stuff in order and advising them. She didn't win, but she's doubling down and going to continue to support the community and show that she actually cares about what they're doing and what that board's doing. We had Jada Burton in the 77th district, which is in Vanderburgh County, running against an entrenched Democrat, and she ended up getting what, 27%? 23.4. That's exceptional. When was the last time we had a competitive state legislative candidate in Vanderburgh? Sure.
If you would like to look at the campaign finance reports for District 77, we raised roughly 6,000 for Jada's campaign. We made her opponent bleed 100.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Tanya did an amazing job for when she was running for the 9th congressional district. I'm always get the 9th and the 8th confused. I'm sorry, Tanya. When she was running for the 9th district, she lost her 2 biggest counties during redistricting and got saddled with several more counties that were unaffiliated and far away that we had 0 contacts in. That was tough, but she still did an amazing job. She still went out and worked as many of the events as she could get into. She did an exceptional job. Lawrence County as a whole had more Libertarian candidates on the ballot than the Democrats had. And with that, they actually had came this close, which was on the agenda for later, this close to having a win. It's actually not, as we reported earlier, a loss by 1. As of the single provisional ballot that was counted yesterday, the race is tied. Which means it goes to the board to vote on, and it will be voted on by the grandfather of her opponent. So I'm sure 100%. So all across the state, we had great candidates. We had a lot of people working really hard. We had some really cool victories. We had another candidate who lost by 2 votes up in LaPorte, Indiana. This is an amazing time. It's a great time to be a libertarian. Things that I was hearing before the election division itself, both the Republicans and the Democrat sides were gearing up to have the paperwork that we were going to need ready to go. They believed that Jeff was going to get over 10%, and they had also started creating the documents to send to county clerks on what the process is for the Libertarians appointing a member to the election boards. So it was rough. There's a lot of things that I can say about what happened in that race. One of the things that we know, there were several Republican county chairs who were sending out emails and text messages telling people if Diego doesn't win their county, the Democrats will appoint the election inspectors. So they were literally scaring them by saying, look at all the fraud that's happening up in St. Joe County. That could be our county. And it worked. There were quite a few people who said they couldn't take the chance. Everybody who was working the polls heard those same stories from people. I can't risk the Democrat being first in this county. That's something that's just not easy to overcome. There's no message we could have done. There's no way to walk out of that box. I believe that the best way for us to overcome that is to be able to legitimately say we can win a statewide race. To do that, we have to be able to win local races, county races, state legislative races, and we've got the next 4 years to do that. And I think we can, but it requires us acting as if. Chair,
Any questions?
I'd like to request we extend this session.
Any objection? Okay, time's extended by 3 minutes. With that, there's lots of space in this agenda today where I'm going to be talking about other things, such as membership reports and things like that. But that's my big report. Is I'm proud of everything that we did, even though we didn't hit the records we wanted. We didn't break the 10% threshold. There were some key races that we thought we were going to win that we didn't. But the day after the election, I wasn't depressed, but I was definitely down. And at 9 a.m., I got an email alerting me that we had a new triple member. And I read the message, which was, I am proud of what libertarians are doing in Indiana. So I'm finally joining the party. That got me up out of bed. I went and I looked, and this person was not in our database.
Oh.
They were brand new. Just so you guys know, since Election Day, we've had over 15 people join this state party who have not been party members and were not in our database. And almost 100% of them, it was because they were proud of what we're doing. It wasn't because they hate the Democrats or they hate the Republicans. It was because they were proud of what libertarians did. So that gives me hope. That tells me we're on the right track. We just need to double down and dig a little deeper. So any questions?
We have a round of applause for all the people.
Absolutely. Any questions from the peanut gallery? That's what I'm calling you guys from now on. No, not them. Zoom.
Nope, good.
Okay. Moving on. Why can't I remember your name? Steve Mayoris, Chair of Tippecanoe County. That's like, didn't I do that at the convention too? Okay.
We have a guest present.
Mayors. So close. Secretary's report. Madam Secretary.
All of our candidates, I thought everybody did an excellent job. It was nice to see so many names on.
I will ask, we have not received the minutes from our last meeting.
Yeah, I have a minimum.
Okay.
And my husband's this week.
If the two of you, both you and the assistant secretary, can work on that so that we can get them, let's get them approved offline via email ballot. But let's try to keep updated on every meeting we approve the minutes of the last one. It was actually pointed out to me by a member that we don't have our minutes available anywhere. And I said, yes, that is true. We don't have them in written form, but every single one of our SCC meetings is available in recording online. But we are supposed to publish those meeting records. So let's try to do that. Any questions for the secretary? Okay, hearing none. Treasurer's report, Mr. Schulteis.
As of November 18th, across all of our accounts, we have a balance of $44,739.06.
Thank you, Mr. Schulteis. Any questions for the treasurer? Okay, hearing none. I will just state from the numbers that I pulled, as I did at the last meeting, and I'm going to do this every meeting from now on. Our donations, and some of this is just our online. This doesn't include some of our cash and some of the checks that may come in. This is just what we do online. From November 1st to today, so from the 1st to today, we've raised $1,905.75. The same period last year was $1,942. So we're a little bit below, but not as bad as we were last month. If you remember last month, we were over $500 less. So better, but still short. However, year to date, if we consider those numbers, and this is again, just the online stuff that doesn't include the other checks and things like that that we get in. And I believe it does not include our voter registration stuff. Year to date in 2021 was $35,358. Year to date this year is $41,725. So it is up year to date, but monthly we're down. Madam Vice Chair, floor is yours.
I am so proud of everyone campaigning and all the support staff and really putting it on the map. The fact that we're getting full members in from people who have never seen anything, and I know that's because of all of your hard work. So thank you for that. I am so exceptionally disappointed by the Diego thing because that person is just absolutely reprehensible. And I think it shows that we really need to double down on the straight voting problem that we have in the state because it's clear that's why that didn't happen. I'm sure you all heard from people as I did that they were exceptionally confused by the voting machines that requiring people to, you know, like click straight ticket and then go in and make exceptions. In my little tiny county, we actually had people balance at my voting station, so that was pretty cool. So any questions for me? Otherwise I'll yield my time.
They should feel better. Probably won't get our Secretary of State on.
Yeah. Well, we'll give the Republicans a chance to once again appoint somebody who will likely, you know.
I'm gonna preemptively, based off of that statement, I'm gonna preemptively announce I am gonna do it, Danny. I decided screw it. We're gonna do it. We are going to figure out the legalities, and then we're going to do this. We are going to do a Diego pool. We're going to sell spots based off of when you think he's going to be removed from office.
Yes.
And it'll be a 50-50.
No, awesome.
You enter in and your number is the day he's removed from office, you get half the pot. He can't be sworn in until the, you know, the yeah. No, that's, no. So yeah, keep an eye out for that. Once I figure out how legally we can do it, we are going to do it.
Can we have a second pool for how many days it takes the Republican?
I mean,
Unofficially, sure.
yeah, right. Any questions for the Vice Chair? All right, moving on. Communications. Michelle's not here. I will just say that we are doing the newsletter will go out. It will be printed and shipped the week before the new year. So if we don't have your report for your district by the deadline, it will have your picture and your name, and it will say no report submitted under there. So please submit your district reports. Later in the week, we're going to send out an email asking for submissions from county chairs, candidates, and our membership at large. If there's a topic that they would like to talk about, we'll be doing that. I do want to extend our communications team to add a couple more people who are one person specifically just to write press releases and to assist our county parties with that and our candidates. And then one person to revive, as it was discussed in the 94 Society group, to revive the old Libertarian column that we send out to publications. So think about topics that you would like to see the Libertarian Party of Indiana talking about in a column form that gets sent out to newspapers for them to be able to publish for free. Think about those topics. If you think of something, please send me a list of ideas. I've got my own list, but I'd like to hear from you guys what you would like. Not now, in an email.
Who wrote those in the past?
Andrew Smith, Sherry Charlo, Brad Kloppenstein, I think Dosbach did, Steve Dosbach. There was a host of people who did it. Not for the party. I think he just wrote them. I think he sent those out himself. Mr. Nolan, you have your hand up.
When did you say that the news stuff we need to get into the newsletter? What date was that? Remind us
December
again.
14th? Was that's, I think it was the 14th.
It's the 14th.
December 14th.
Thank you.
Also, I'd like for us to have a social media team to help post content and engage with people. So if you guys know anybody who is a party member who would like to help out with social media, please send them my way. Yes. Oh, okay. Dennis, can you turn your camera on for a second so I can verify that's you? Yep, that's Dennis. Dennis is here. Okay, any questions about communications? Okay, hearing none. Political, Mr. Galt, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So first, I will save, I have a report of all the election results across the state. I will save that for later, my time later, because I will go through it all with you guys. But first, wanted to go through some key things from this year's election. First, I as of the last count I saw, the county that had the highest results for James, Jeff, and John was Morgan County. I saw James had 8.8% in Morgan County, and Jeff had 11.9% in Morgan County. I think that is very much due to the fact that eCanvasser was utilized the most in that county. So I want to go through the eCanvasser report. We hit 4,234 doors as a state party for this election, for this year. 33% of those doors were people that answered the door and we talked to them. Of those 33%, we had 177 people that were completely libertarian for us, 256 that supported us, and 849 that were open. Those numbers are very, very positive. I mean, only 8% of people were negative towards libertarians at the door. Only 8% of all the doors that answered. That being said, I want to go through our top 10 door knockers for the year, as according to the data. 10th place, our 10th best door knocker of the year was Alex Vergiles out of Kosciuszko County, or maybe not. He's up there nearby them at least. Ninth was Elizabeth Cochliard. 8th was Nicholas Siniard. 7th was Eric Allen. 6th was Paul Copeland. 5th was Chad Van Ryan. 4th was Cassie Rolon. 3rd was Larry Tooley. 2nd was Danny Lundy. And number 1 door knocker for the year was Kristen Alexander. So yeah, great work, everybody. Using the tools, getting the work done out there. That's you know, getting in the pavement, hitting the pavement and doing the work is where it's all counts. And I think that showed in the election results, with the top 2 people being from Morgan County, and a lot of those doors from the other people were hit in Morgan County as well at the Get Out the Vote event. So you know, seeing that all 3 of the statewide candidates did the best in that county just shows that putting in the work gets us those results. So I wanted to shout that out. Jeff broke the record for the most total votes for the Libertarian Party of Indiana for Secretary of State, total votes count wise. I'm at time. Okay.
I'd like to request a 2-minute extension. I have some questions and a couple.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes?
Sure, that's what I said.
Motion to extend by 5 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, motion or the time is extended by 5 minutes. Go ahead, Mr. Gold.
Yeah, Jeff, like I said, Jeff broke the record for total votes for SOS. I was almost done, but I can take questions. The only other thing I noticed was Tanya announced she was running for vice chair of the LPIN. And I would like to move to appoint Tanya to the convention committee with Lucy.
It would be out of order at this time. We can do it later in the agenda.
So any questions?
Before we go to questions, I would like to add on to that and say that Jaime Ortiz, while not doing it through the app, which is a problem, up in Tippecanoe County, knocked on or dropped literature at 7,000 doors. Yeah. So I've given him grief and Steve, given Steve grief about him not using the app. But he did do it. It's documented. That's amazing. However, that's lost data to us. Something that I've said to both of them is, if we knew those houses that you had already been to, we could say, when Jaime came and talked to you last year, or when you got the door hanger last year, you know, if we had that record of how the person that talked to him responded, the thing that we have right now with these over 4,000 doors is we have responses recorded. We know who we talked to. We know what their position was. We know some of the issues they were positive about. We can follow up with them. You as county officers and county chairs and district leaders can follow up with those people to get them engaged and keep them involved. That's how we grow. That's 7,000 people in Tippecanoe County that we don't have data on. So it's important to stress, please use the app. The state party pays for it. It's easy to use. We have a data team that will cut the turf for you in hours. So if you let us know ahead of time, we can get it set up for you so you can go and walk.
And we held 7 trainings this year too.
And we're going to be offering prizes for people who are going out and beating everybody else. So, you know, you only get that if you were in the app. Mr. Solomon, you had a question for Mr. Galt.
I had two.
Okay.
So Chris, you had a ranking of eCanvaster users. Do you have some further data specifically on Chad? I know his county commissioner race, he was putting in a lot of work, but do you know how many doors he hit? Any metrics like that?
Do you know the numbers for Chad Van Ryan in Owen County?
Owen.
Yeah.
Yes, he hit 209 doors on the app.
209 doors. Do you know how many of those were talked to and had responses from?
I can get that data for him.
Okay.
Just send me an email after or separate from this meeting, and I can get that data for you.
But the record
He was top 5.
Lori Schillings from Hamilton County Chair has arrived.
And have you looked yet, Chris? Have you mapped the areas that we did have door knockers with vote totals? I mean, can we show a correlation there definitively?
It hasn't happened yet, but it's one of the, when they certify the results, then we can actually get the GRS data from it.
Okay.
And when we do that, we can then overlay those two, but not until they do the final results.
Okay.
Any other questions for Political Director, Mr. Galt? Okay, hearing none, moving on to Field Director, Mr. Rigg.
I only have one item. Works, I reached out to volunteers, signed up at last meeting.
Do you mind if I make our conversation known?
Go ahead.
Okay, just as an FYI, Mr. Rigg has informed me that he is going to not seek reappointment at the end of his term as Field Director for a good reason. He's going to be focusing on DeKalb County. Him and Kevin Krieg
and Ryan Force
are really wanting to make an effort in 2023 in recruiting and running and building up their county party. And so he wants to focus on that. I think that's commendable. I think that's a great thing. We're going to miss you on the SCC. I'll miss my timekeeper. Absolutely, absolutely. I may call you just to do that, actually. So we'll have more to say about how awesome Morgan is closer to the time, but I wanted people to know that. And also to say if there's somebody out there who would like to step into the role of field director, now would be a great time so that they can work with Mr. Rigg and get a footing and an idea of what the role entails. Any questions for Mr. Rigg? Okay, hearing none. Tech, Mr. Hagerman.
All right, well, last couple months on vacation for the hospital, so I had cleaned there. I wasn't able to texts for the campaign from my computer. I worked with Ken Bowman, do deduping some data from Razor's Edge that he had asked me to help with. And I did some of the political data. London City, there it was. I just been keeping the city up to date. We're down to 17 members in
Wild Apricot.
So that makes doing that much easier because they're all either right at the beginning of the month or right at the end of the month. There's not much in the middle. So people that updates.
My time with Andy at National, the National Tech Director, the voter deduping that Danny Lundy did, the file apparently was wrong. Andy told me yesterday, I think it was, that it was wrong. Not a big deal. He's going to reformat it and then take care of it. He was like, hey, since you guys didn't hit 10%, I can wait until like March or, to do that. And I went, no, we still need to recruit candidates. Put my voter data in there. So that is happening. And he did say he was going to take care of it Monday or Tuesday. So that'll be in there. So we need to, I will. I think I did actually ask for that. We need to keep an eye on that to make sure that it's not only gets in, but that it's right. When it gets in, we need to check to make sure that it didn't get messed up. Yep. I think we do. Would anybody object to another 5 minutes? Hearing no objection, time's extended by 5 minutes. I do want to give you guys an update. I wasn't going to do this publicly about the CRM, but I think I should let the board know. I let you guys know either the last meeting or the meeting before shenanigans that were happening at National with the CRM. I know that there is a direct effort to kill Civi CRM at National. I can't tell you exactly what it is publicly, but it is without a shadow of a doubt, the intention is to kill Civi CRM to switch to Microsoft Dynamics.
Oh, God.
With that, I've been working with the national tech team to make sure that we do not miss a beat. We are actually going to be proposing a cutover so that National doesn't have to keep running it if they don't want to. Somebody else will. We had previously approved $250 a month going to the Civi CRM program to National for Civi CRM when we approved that earlier in the year, but we held off on it out of fear that we were going to be paying for something that wasn't going to be kept. And then when we were ready to start paying for it, we were informed that money paid into that earmarks would not be respected and it would go to the general fund. I was assured that that was not the case. However, that is the case. That is happening. They are in a budget shortfall. The standard bad year budget for national is $2 million. The budget meeting that will be happening in December is probably going to be at 1.5 million, which means they will be cutting staff, certain key staff, which is how I reached my conclusion about killing the CRM. I would like for us to be prepared to go ahead and continue making that, but authorizing it going to a different place to support the CRM project, just an FYI. But I feel like people need to know. There are several state chairs that are really angry. We were told before Reno, during Reno and after Reno that this would not be the case, this would not happen. And 30 states are now being screwed over. And so I feel like I need to let you guys know that that's happening, but that we are prepared. It also puts me in a position where if that happens, I feel like if we have to then start paying for the one resource that we get from national, I feel like we should stop the triple member program and go back to the times when we said, don't renew your membership until October or the year before the convention.
Yep.
Right now we're 8th. I can tell you that last month, Indiana sent $700 to national in triple member payments. That is more than any other state. That's more than California last month. That was 28 memberships last month. Right now we're in 8th place with 565 national members. That does not include the 28 triple members that got paid for. We have a month lag because anything that happens in October we pay for gets processed November 1st with national, so it doesn't show up in the October report. So we have an additional 28 on top of that 565, putting us in almost in 7th place.
And where do we start? At the beginning?
I have that 523, and we're now almost over 600. Yeah. Triple members alone is 233 triple members currently. That's how I feel. There is no bylaws requirement for the triple member program to exist. It was just something we did to encourage national membership and state party growth. And county party growth, yeah. So letting you guys know what's going on, but also letting you know that even if the worst case scenario happens, there is a backup plan. We are not going to lose our data. We are not going to lose our momentum. We will continue with maybe a 2-hour downtime. Yes, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Hirsch.
With all the work that the nationals put in the city CRM on everything, why the hell would who's wanting to kill it? Why? I mean, that makes no sense.
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I mean, I can, but I'm not going to.
I mean, I highly doubt whatever they're gonna replace it with would be better, not concerned.
Actually, what they want to replace it with, we would not have access to.
Well, screw that.
Yeah, it would not be accessible to the states or the counties.
I'll second Greg's shit.
Mr. Solomon, go ahead.
So one thing I'm worried about, even if we do keep rolling with CRM and national gets off of it, the people that do end up making their first contact with big LP writ large by signing up with national memberships, are we going to then be blind to those people?
No. So they give us there's a lag time because it's what's called the monthly dump. So even if we were separated from that push pull in the CRM system, we still get a monthly report of both inquiries, memberships, and contributions from national. Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. It's not ideal. It's what we used to do.
I don't know.
But it doesn't mean a complete isolation of data. Mr. Schultz.
So you mentioned the budget for national and the November 10th Treasury report. PC in the summary says they're about 100,000 above the target for cash on hand, and they're on pace to have a third 2 million plus revenue year in a row. So I'm curious where you're getting your data about the 1.5 million.
It was discussed in their last meeting.
Since November 10th?
It was the November, was that weekend. Not November 10th, it was November 5th. That was supposed to be their budget meeting and they held off. They're going to have an executive meeting, I believe today. And then their actual budget meeting will be December 10th.
Do we still have, Mr. Connor?
No, we do not. He's dropped off.
All right, great. I was gonna say,
Actually,
don't we have an LNC?
Does anybody have connection to Connor?
I do.
Can you message him and ask him to come back? Because actually the next thing on the item is the LNC update.
Why is Justin not here with us? He should be joining.
Yes,
That's not live.
I agree.
Can someone confirm?
He is. He's had a lot of issues lately. And I will say this, both Connor and Dustin have been the strongest advocates for the CRM on the LNC.
Good.
They have been fighting hard to keep the LNC, to keep it funded, to keep it moving forward. And I believe that there is a majority of the LNC doesn't want to see the CRM go away. But there are actions being taken to basically make it unusable. If you take away the staff and you take away support resources and maintenance, then it becomes MySpace. So while they may not completely shut it off, they make it so you don't want to use it. Any objection to moving the LNC update until either Connor or Dustin come back? Okay. Let's do district reports. District 1, Mr. Schick.
Okay, Lake County has not been having regular meetings, have not had any events in the last couple of months. But I did confirm that they have filled out their CFA forms. And so that's good, but they just have not been active with any kind of meetings there. Here in Porter County, we've been having regular meetings. Our next regular meeting is on Monday, but no real events to report. LaPorte County, I finally have been in contact with them, and I've started attending their monthly meetings. They have both an officers meeting once a month and a meetup once a month, and so that's ongoing. They had some candidates, and as I think you mentioned, one of their township candidates actually did very well, but we did not win any elections to my knowledge. But I think just because of the election in November, there weren't a lot of events other than just people preparing for the election. That's it for District 1. Any questions?
I'm muted. Any questions for Mr. Schick in District 1? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Mr. Schick. Next, District 2, Elizabeth Kokolard.
I just got a message.
I will forward that report to the SCC once I get it. Before you do that, I would like to thank you for sending such a detailed written report ahead of time. I do appreciate it. Yeah.
To give me a report once a month.
It was still, it was there. It was there.
Okay, so St. Joseph County held their organizing convention this last month. Paperwork was already heard. St. Joseph
They need you to speak up. Greg, no one can hear you.
Say. By Jeff Moore and William Henry. Also in attendance was LP District 2 Chair, the St. Joseph Chair, and a few members of the St. Joe County GOP. Last three items gained significant attention from St. Joseph County GOP County Clerk candidate during discussion of different ways to ensure transparency and integrity of the voting process. So after Amy Rolfs won her seat, first GOP member to ever hold the seat in South Bend, her and her husband have made overtures that the LP may have a seat at the table when she begins looking at defining current processes and working on improvements for the county. Let's see what else here. The St. Joseph County acting chair, interim chair, temp chair, that's what I mean. Temp chair acted as a poll watcher during the 2022 election, touring several of the voting centers in St. Joseph County. On to Kosciuszko County. They had a busy month as well. We had our last first Friday this year in October. Several candidates made appearances at Democrat, Independent, and Republican events. We had great press appearances, including a sit down with Ink Free News, who did a write-up on how the party started and where we are headed. Kosciuszko County held a local debate where David Lewis, Josh Vergils, and Will Henry were included. Several candidates door knocked until election day. We had our election night party. It was awesome. You guys should have come. We had where we gained a business with our party. We have started going to trivia night on Thursday nights to keep the Libertarian name alive and to win. We are gearing and to win. We are gearing up for 2023 with the mayoral race, which we already have a candidate for. Some of our goals for 2023 is to hit all first Fridays again, county fair, fundraising events, and run a mayor race and hopefully some city candidates. They included their final totals for the candidates. Marshall County has been pretty quiet. They did run a candidate, Ty Shively got 119 votes in his local race. And Elkhart County has basically just been nose to the grind, helping our candidates during the election. So we don't have much to report on that other than we're definitely organizing for the upcoming year, getting our table materials, and we're meeting monthly. So things are good in District 2. That's the end of my report.
Any questions? None. District 3.
They already give us support.
Probably.
Yeah. Just talk loud.
All right, in Allen County, we had a school board candidate that received 29% in a two-way race. We had a township board candidate in a pick 3 race against 3 Republicans, 1 Democrat, 1 Libertarian, who got 10%. We had 3 poll watchers. I don't know that we had a lot of problems that we spotted, but we were there to watch. It was quite interesting. We did sign deployment on election day. That was great fun. In DeKalb County, Morgan ran for state representative and got 18.3% in a two-way race. Kevin Cree received 18.1% in a county council run. That was a two-way race too, correct? In Whitley County, they had a county commissioner candidate. That was a 3-way race. He got 5.7%. And then 2 county council district candidates. One got 16.5%. That was Ryan Day, the chair. Scott Allison got 18.5%. Those were both two-way races. We have 55 LPIN members across the district and 18 triple members. And hopefully everybody is getting their triple membership money, which I was too recent into the meeting to talk to Michael about, but I'm sure those payments are going out, right? Any questions?
Yes.
Mr. Gold, go ahead.
Yeah, you wore that Lions hoodie for me, didn't you?
No, I just like the Lions.
Who likes
Take
the
me
Lions?
to a game, Daddy.
I want to propose a motion to immediately remove Mr. Bush from his position.
Political director.
Calm down, Daddy.
What order? Any questions for Christy? Hearing none. District 4, Mr. Beatty.
District 4, not much I have received from the counties to report. I do know Morgan County has been super busy. doing a lot of work there for the election, but that's pretty much all the information I have right now. I don't have a list of any results from any of the elections available at the moment.
Any questions for Mr. Beatty? Mr. Nolan, go ahead. Do you have a question?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Any objection to recognizing Mr. Lundy from Morgan County? Go ahead, Mr. Lundy. Please speak up.
For the election, we had. This is have the highest percentage, although our county is extremely. For John Chick, also Owen County, very close. We'll see how I think coming out kudos to them. And at this point, we raised nearly $5,000 this year. Just shy of that. We already have a candidate in 2023. In Morgan County, we set a record for Secretary of State percentage. We set a record for auditor percentage. We set a record for most votes for township board percentage. And we had a win in Luke Jackson for the school board. I can go into what we've done for the whole year, but that sums up the election. And honestly, Steve Mayoris is here from Tippecanoe County, so maybe he needs to speak about the thing.
Say you had a candidate for 2023, Mr. Watt. Who would that be?
That would be me running for town council. You can donate at lundyformooresville.com. I currently have 2 donors willing to match up to $1,000. So if you donate right now, your donation is triple.
And you can donate monthly.
And you can donate monthly. That's right.
I'm just pleased that I prodded you to ask for money, Mr. Lundy.
I did not know if it was appropriate, but since you prodded me, I just.
It typically would not be unless asked.
Well, there you
I would like to let you know, I see you, that I talked to the election division about the numbers situation for that. And I was informed that that system is completely done by the county clerk's office.
Okay.
They log into the portal and they're the ones that update the numbers. It has nothing to do with the election division.
Interesting.
So somebody in the clerk's office entered numbers in incorrectly. But they did say that the numbers that they have seen are the same numbers that we had seen originally from the clerk. So
Okay.
somebody
Which means
entered them in. Yeah. Yeah. When Galt was giving you the praises, I didn't want to poop on your parade and let you know that that was not actually accurate, that you are a bunch of losers.
It was definitely not clear cut.
Yeah, no, it's close. It's close. Mr. Mayoris, would you like to say something about what you guys did in Tippecanoe?
Sure.
Come on up here, because the people who are at home can't hear.
We did have 3 county candidates. I don't have the exact numbers. You guys probably will be able to look that up easier than myself right now. The phone is dead. But the 2 county councils were between 23-24%. And just recently, at our regular business meeting last month, we had removed our VP for inactivity. And our county convention is scheduled for January 8th. I think that's Monday. I don't think I can recall reporting anything else.
Thank you, sir. Can you move yours up a little bit?
Yes. County convention, January 4th.
When do you want county conventions done by?
I need 2 as soon as possible. If they have candidates, I need 2 candidates, preferably before they held their convention, but as soon as possible. Otherwise, we don't get the voter registration list. And we have competition for that now. So I'd like to be able to be the first one to be able to offer it. But we have to have 2 candidates on the ballot before we can get the list.
Point of information.
Mr. Rigg.
Chair. I need to vacate this meeting for the time being so I can make sure I don't get a parking ticket. To appoint someone else to as timekeeper in my stead.
Yeah, Mr. Hagerman, can you be timekeeper? Thank you, Mr. Rigg.
Anybody else have metered parking that is a concern? Yeah.
Do we need to take a 5-minute break?
Because they're for 4 hours.
Motion for a brief recess to go meters.
I can't do a brief recess. You can give me a minutes.
Okay, motion for 7 minutes to walk to my meters.
I think I can't hear you from this side of the room. I do believe I heard you say 10 minutes.
10 minutes. It's to walk to my meter.
Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess so that some people can feed their meter? Okay, hearing no objection, we are in recess for 10 minutes. Please be back here by noon. All right, it is noon. We are back. We were doing District 4. Mr. Galt, your hand is up. Is there a reason why your hand is up?
Oh yeah, earlier I forgot. I was just gonna say that I know it seems like every district has done their own political report, which is great that you did the extra work. But just so everyone knows, don't worry about not having numbers. We're gonna go through every number for all the races here a little later in the meeting. So,
Okay, thank you for that point of information, sir. We are District 5, Mr. Nolan.
Thank you, Chairman. We have fifth district kind of had a weak number of candidates, anemic number of candidates up for election this year, much to my disheartening. Anyway, we had two candidates in Grant County. Clayton got 12% for Mill Township Board, and Andy Tabor got 7.7% from Monroe Township Board. I'd like to thank Laura, Chairman of Hamilton County, for putting together door knocking in that county. And that's my report. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Nolan, District 5? Okay, thank you, Mr. Nolan. Moving on, District 6, Mr. Lomax.
I want to make sure I don't have to get up. Everybody hear me?
Can you guys hear him? Thumbs up, yep.
Okay.
Sorry, hold on. I was an idiot and muted. I muted right after that.
All right, so District 6 had a really good election day. We have two seats that we won again, and one that we actually added in Clay Township on the township board. I'm not familiar with the person, but out in Wayne County, Rexville territory. So I'm excited to get the opportunity to meet them. I'm going to reach out to Rex this week through a mutual contact, Bill Miller, that's still active in Hancock County. So I'm excited about that progress. I'm also excited about 13,554 votes in District 6 for Jeff Moore. And that's not including the 3 townships in Marion County. So that is huge. That's extremely exciting. James had 8,200 and John got 6,500. So you know that was a huge turnout Libertarian wise for us. A couple of things. Some of you may notice that you got more contacts in CRM from me. We did our event at the beginning of October at Riley Days Parade in downtown Greenfield. I entered in 86 contacts into the CRM that scored in the Libertarian section of the world's smallest political quiz and left at least 2 of the 4 pieces of information on the back of those cards. So shout out to Larry Silver in Hancock County. He did a hell of a job. He really stepped up. He was there every day. He's running for mayor in 2023. So he wanted to get his voice out there, get his face out there, let people know who he is. But he was involved in staffing even on the super duper cold days when I was stuck in my nice air conditioned and heated retail store. So shout out to Larry Silver for that. Andrew Smith also was an integral part in that. They're both members of the Hancock County Board. But that event wasn't just for us. There were at least 5 or 6 contacts I put in other counties surrounding the Marion County. So we're really excited about that. I have active discussions going on with people in 2 of the townships in Marion County for constable, since Marion County is the only county that sells constables in Indiana. So I've got 2 people that are considering a run for constable in those 2 new townships that I inherited. So I'm really excited about that. I've got a potential county sheriff candidate for Hancock County. And a couple of county council members and Greenfield city council members. So we're really excited about that. I know Jeremiah is getting a lot of traction together. out in Henry County. But Henry and Rush County have been in contact and have said that they are planning on a little bit further mobilization. So I'm excited to see what kind of events we can get running on those. And yeah, we're just really excited in District 6. It's a good time to be a libertarian out here, and we're making a huge ground. So we're really excited about it.
Excellent. Any questions for Mr. Lomax? Okay, hearing none. District 7, Mr. Williams.
Yeah, can everyone hear me? District 7?
Yes.
District 7, Marion County, we had turnout for the Irvington Halloween, historic Irvington Halloween Festival right before the election. It was one of those wonderful 70-degree days. Got to see a lot of the people in that area, and we had Jeff there who reached out and did a lot of handshaking. We got a lot of world smells political quizzes, collected a lot of information from people we saw that day. We decided to shift our service Saturday to next month. We were going to be doing it this month. We decided to shift it to December the 10th. At noon, we're going to distribute food, namely pizzas, to people in need in downtown Indianapolis area. So be sure to hear more about that in the next meeting on the 17th. Election wise, as was said, it was a pretty good turnout. Not quite as strong as in some other counties. It's a very strong Democrat stronghold here in Marion County. But we're looking forward to a lot of local elections next year, a lot of city council seats and mayoral race as well. So we're getting psyched about that. We're hoping to have a very good, strong 2023. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Williams, District 7? Hearing none. Moving on to District 8, Mr. Solomon.
All right, so I will start with our service Saturday. Saturdays. I guess memos did not get circulated, and I had 2 of my counties both volunteer events on that day. The first one that I was aware of is in Owen County, and it's the one I want to pimp since Owen County has been crushing it this year ever since they affiliated. December 3rd from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. They're going to be set up outside the Walmart in Spencer, Indiana. Loading volunteers to the Salvation Army for their efforts there.
They're doing the bell ringing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Dustin Combs, our chair there, is in communication with the Salvation Army, and they told him, depending on the number of volunteers, they can push the Libertarians out to a second location if there are the numbers. So if anybody wants to head down to Spencer and do that, contact Dustin immediately, let him know you're coming so he has an accurate count so you can coordinate with the Salvation Army.
Can you pass on a message for me? I was specifically asked to come. I said I would, but I wasn't told the date. I thought it was going to be December 10th. I'm already booked December 3rd. I can't be there.
Okay.
So if you can let him know that I can't, I want to, but I can't be there that day.
Will do. Also on December 3rd, I don't have the exact details, but Vandenberg County is going to be volunteering at the Tri-State Food Bank, booking up or packing up food for needy families around the holidays. I don't see it likely that anybody is closer to Vandenberg than Owen in this room, but if for some reason you want to come all the way down to the River City and pack some boxes, by all means, let me know and I'll put you in contact with people. Moving on to election stuff, I'm not going to hit too hard on raw metrics since Chris is going to do that, but I want to put a human face on a couple of these stories. Derek Vogel in Posey County ran for Robb Township trustee, garnered 29% of the vote. I spoke with him afterwards. He was pretty disheartened. He busted his ass for that, and 7-3 lost out to a guy that didn't do anything. I talked to him. He hit about 100 doors, and his door to vote conversion rate was 4 votes per door. And when I pointed out that statistical thing to him, because he didn't hit every door in his township, right? The places where he did hit, he did very well. the places that just saw an L versus an R, he did not do so well. So once I pointed that out to him, he was a lot more energized. He's ready to keep Posey County rolling. And he's already putting together a town council run for Poseyville. So.
Which is 23.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. He thought he had another year. And when I pointed out that he was incorrect, he's like, shit, I have a lot of stuff to move around. I'm on it. So Derek's going to be back-to-back years.
Good.
Jada, let me rock my swag real quick. In Vanderbilt County, last count, 23.4% of the vote. Like I mentioned earlier, I mean, that's roughly 1 out of every 4 votes. We raised and spent $6,000. We bled her opponent for 6 figures. And then it was great. It was a clean campaign. There's no animosity anywhere. And she has gotten an offer to work in the State House Senate chamber to learn this process and develop. I mean, if you know, from my corner, if there's anybody that has a promising ability to be a great face for this party, it is Ms. Burke.
I agree.
So if anybody wants to reach out to her, congratulate her and let her know she's a libertarian rock star, I'm sure she'd appreciate it. Owen County, Chad Van Ryn and Rachel Combs did really well. The Owen County affiliate has been crushing it, and they're like everyone, a little disheartened, but they're ready to just keep rolling into the next thing, and they're looking to recruit for Spencer and Goss boards, I believe, for their 2023 election. Could not.
Is there a Liberty or Freedom Township?
There is a Freedom, Indiana. It is not an incorporated place.
Okay.
That's where Andy Horning is.
I was going to be Andy's neighbor at one point in time. There
really?
was a house right down the street from him that I was going to buy like in 08 or something like
I took
that.
a picture in Freedom, Indiana, right next to a drug test.
Yeah.
I believe it is a census designated place.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
I thought that there was a special designation board that was there that has an election in 23.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I can look into that. I'm currently working through the process. I've got a lot of people in my district, so it takes me time with everything else I have going on. I'm trying to make one-on-one contact with every county chair and every candidate that ran to do a little debrief and to help county chairs prepare for 23. I had a lot of counties reach out to me and voice some pretty intense frustration that this year did not go well for us. And then I had to remind them, I said, you didn't run anyone for anything. That's what you have to do. You have to put boots on the ground. You can't just meme hard and hope that somebody somewhere gets elected. It's not how this works.
Yeah.
So I'm working on that, and I'm trying to put together a full district data debrief for what we did right, what we did wrong, lessons learned, so we don't all have to independently figure out all of these mistakes.
I wouldn't say what we did wrong. I hate that word. I would instead recommend using the phrase what we could do better.
Oh, some things were just wrong.
Fair enough.
And
areas of potential growth.
let's see, is there anything else I want to get to the district? Back to Jay's campaign for a second. Not only did she herself perform well, we built a team that really focused on the nuts and bolts of electioneering. And my deputy campaign manager for that, Ms. Lauren Huck, from seeing the campaign on the inside, learning how this works, gain knowledge, gain confidence. She's gearing up for an Evansville City Council run. So this is the snowball effect that I talk about a lot. You build a team for one person's campaign, and the people that are working on that campaign are your candidates of tomorrow. Lauren's campaign team for city council is going to be a candidate in the next election, and so on and so forth. Keep the ball rolling.
With that, that sparks something for me to say. Most of the campaigns, I know who was working on their campaign, and we have them listed in the CRM. I don't for Jada. That was a name that I didn't know. I'd like to know that. Secret. I sent out thank you cards the morning of November 11th to all of our candidates and all of the volunteers that I knew. They have not been received yet, which pissed me off when I saw that Kara Schultz is from Minnesota have arrived soon first. I did actually find out yesterday. Since nobody received them, they're clearly at the post office.
Yeah.
They actually opened an investigation into it because the mail carrier that day on the 11th quit. So they're trying to find all of my cards. So they've opened an investigation into it. But she wasn't on my list of people to send a thank you card to anyway. So I can, if you can give me that info, I can
Yeah, sure.
post data November 11th card to her.
We have a volunteer list on WordPress of people that signed up on Jada's
Yeah.
website.
Not just
probably
volunteers.
Blind the CRM.
Yeah.
So
That would be good to add those, and you can get with Chuck to add those as people who just volunteered, but actual like team members that, you know, those people we want to tag those people. We want to create profiles for them. That way we know, hey, you worked on this campaign, you know, do you want to work on this campaign? You know, that kind of thing. But also because I do value the people who have put in the blood, sweat, and tears, and I want to be able to send something to them to thank them for their time and their effort, even if the post office sucks royally.
Oh, fun fact, I don't have his contact info offhand. One of the key volunteers in the early part of the race, he had to move, was the national chair of the U.S. Pirate Party. Just
That's amazing.
Hey, I'm gonna jump in on this. AJ's good kid. So I'll get you his info too. Send him a thank you card, chair to chair.
Yeah, I would love to.
And little personal baseball. I'm slowly taking off all of my hats. I think I have a new district rep
And
lined
putting
up.
on
We've already had to
sunglasses.
deal with what's that?
I said I'm putting on sunglasses.
I'm having some vision problems today. The lights bothering me. Yeah, driving was a bitch, let me tell you. So I think I have a new district rep lined up, and in the town of Darmstadt, there was a woman that I've been talking to after every meeting, has some libertarian sensibilities, wants to learn more about it officially. But she jumped in last minute for a school board race. Didn't win, but outperformed a current school board member.
Nice.
So I'm asking her to look into running under our label for the Darmstadt Town Council, so we can keep a gold seat on the board after
Nice.
I step down.
So,
That's just straightforward. Anybody got any questions for me?
any questions for Mr. Solomon, District 8? All right, no questions. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. I would actually ask you to reach out to your county clerk, because I've had no luck with the Vanderburgh County clerk.
Really?
I think they're just, she's not seeing my emails. And I know you guys have a relationship. If you can reach out and ask for, I will send you a list of things. There's a couple of election results that I'm looking for, previous years, upcoming by precinct. But I also want the full election report, not the top sheet. I want to know precinct by precinct data, including straight ticket and undervoting.
Actually, you might want to get with Mr. McDonald about that, because he already got some of the data. I'm gonna brag on. This is why I'm trying to get to take this chair. He wins his wife. He actually already got some of that data from the county clerk and did for Jada's
Because
campaign.
that's why I wanted to see
Even has a color coded.
Oh, nice.
Green is where she overperformed. And the red is where she underperformed. Everyone like standard deviations. I mean, just to brag on this guy. This dude gave me a fucking regression chart.
Nice.
Of results that Jada versus Rainwater.
Yeah. Nice.
It only gets better from me.
Can we just go ahead and put him in now?
Yeah. This is why. I'm gonna fight for it.
District 9, Mr. Hirsch.
Clark County, Kelly Curry is back in the party, really active. She just became a sprinkled member. She ran for county coroner several years ago. She went back to the Republicans. Now she's been active. Her, Russell, Brick, and myself, we were poll watchers on election day. And we split every place up between the three of us. We went around to every single voting location. And of course, some people treat me well. Some people treat me act like a really suspicious of me when I walk in with my bands and all that. Thinking, so anyway, I mean, things seem well in Clark County, but I got news in Floyd County. There were a couple of precincts where machines weren't working right, and so they were telling the voters there, just leave your ballots with us, we'll run it later on. Like, no, it's not kind of suspicious. And of course, that made the news and everything else that day. See, Jackson County is having their next meeting on December 12th tentatively. Clark County, we're have our next meeting on December 1st. Our county convention will be on January 5th. Lawrence County is having their county convention on January 19th, on that Thursday. I went to the last Lawrence County meetup this past Wednesday, and there's a guy from Orange County that wants to get Orange County affiliated. Jay's already in contact with him. His name is Carl. Can't remember his last name. He also came to the Washington County meetup. They had their meetup this past Thursday at Mount Rose in Salem. And see, as Tanya ran a great congressional campaign. She got like 2.7% of the vote overall statewide. We had an issue in Clark County where her name was misspelled on the ballot. They couldn't reprint the ballots. So our county clerk in Clark County did really well. She put a sign up in every single voting location with the correct spelling, saying Tanya Mills should be Tanya Mills. So, which is a very good thing. Anyway, Lawrence County, most of the people in Derry got 12% for a sheriff run, Darren Kinzer. And most people got around 18%. I got all the numbers here, but average 18% and while they're votes. Granted, they were two-way races, but still, I mean, I'm quite pleased with that. Lawrence County is having a parade on December 3rd. That evening on Saturday, December 3rd, they're doing a parade in Bedford. Okay, I might as well announce now that effective next year, Darren Kinzer wants to step up and be the 9th district rep. I've done it since 2004. We need to get some new blood in, but the thing is, I'm not going anywhere. My ass will still be around. You'll see me just as much. I mean, I'm not like, some people like do the leadership role, and then all of a sudden they just disappear afterwards. Dan Drexler.
Or Tim.
Tim McGuire.
Tim McGuire.
Yeah.
So we're still gonna see your sick dance moves come convention?
Oh,
Love it.
You can help to shake their ass like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
You have to have ass to compete. Sorry to shut you down.
I have the biggest ass.
They're libertarianism defined with imperative dance.
Going back to Tanya's raise, Tanya and Chris Gall both reached out to me when it was discovered that Tanya's name was misspelled on the ballots. And we quickly moved to call and contact the county clerk's office, and we were the ones that actually suggested putting up the sign.
Okay.
And the clerk's office thought that was a great idea. But they took it a step further. They actually put it on the e-poll book sign-in pad. It was on there as well. And they ran an ad in the local paper saying that it had been spelled wrong. We sat in on the election board hearing, me and Tanya, and they were incredibly apologetic. But they were also very thankful that we weren't asking them to reprint ballots. One, they wouldn't have been able to. There wasn't enough time. And two, it would have cost them a fortune, even if they could.
Yeah.
But they did well with correcting the mistake. I have since learned that county has had several other election day mistakes. And while they are great, they try to do the right thing. Clark County Election Department doesn't seem to pay attention to the details. So it's something that the county party needs to be cognizant of and keep an eye on in the future. Yes.
No, actually, the current clerk is currently.
Yeah. Yeah. The office has been really nice. They were very professional and very friendly, but they were making mistakes that they shouldn't have to be very friendly and polite about. They're pretty basic checks and balances there that aren't getting done. Miss Avery.
Is there supposed to be a sample ballot? Has that ever happened with?
Yes, actually, they got the sample ballot. No, it was spelled. Yeah, it was It was spelled correctly on the sample ballot. It's not supposed to happen. They did. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Yep. The sample ballot is not necessarily what's programmed into the machine. It's what they set up to make sure that they have everything spelled right, the district's correct and everything like that. That still gets entered into the machines. So literally what happened was they took that paper and sat down and typed it out and made her Tanya Mills instead of Millis. Did it? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, you're coming forward.
Yep.
Usually you'll do an election board meeting sometime in October.
Yeah.
Where they approve the sample balance, you're requesting.
Also, I'm participating in an elections administrator conference in December. I was asked to attend by the election division. I've been asked to present a list of problems, like the problems we had with watchers, not letting people in, not letting our people in. You're lucky.
They all looked at mine and said, oh, well, that's real nice.
Get out.
Yeah, get out. No, you can't come in. That's real nice that you have that, but where'd you get it? You print that at home?
I'm gonna be presenting some of those issues. One of the things that we're talking about is the fact that they do automatically send the sample ballots to the Republican and Democrats. They're required by law to send it to our candidates as well. And if there is not a county chair, they're required to send it to the state chair. Some counties did, actually. I did receive sample ballots from some of the counties that did not have county chairs. The problem is some of our counties file with the state, some of the counties file with the county. Even though our county chairs are sending a courtesy copy of all the reports and filings to the county clerk, they don't consider them county parties, which is also not legal and not accurate. We even had one county clerk who called one of our county chairs before their CFA 4 was due and told them, we are fining you because you never submitted the previous one. Make sure you submit it on time to us. And they said, well, we submit it to the state. And the county clerk said, no, you have to submit it to us. And we submitted to the state. They ended up getting a $500 fine from the state because they didn't file it correctly. The county party. Because the county clerk says, hey, or not the county, the state says, hey, you didn't file it. They don't care what the county clerk told you. When you created your committee, you agreed that you would file on time with the appropriate body. It's not our fault the county clerk didn't know what they were talking about. So that's a thing that does happen. And we're talking about it, and the election division is actually trying to create a special program for how to deal with libertarians.
I would like to see their mission.
Specifically how to file the paperwork and stuff like that, because we also had county clerks who told our county chairs that they could not file their candidate paperwork until after the primary, which is also not accurate. There's a lot of things like that that are happening. And so the election division is working with us to address some of those concerns and to push out the training to all of the clerks to make sure that most of these issues don't happen in the future. But that's some of the issues that we had is some of the county clerks are not sending out the sample ballots. Some are doing a great job trying to track the chairs down, but most of them are not. Any questions for whoever we were talking to? Mr. Hirsch. Okay, but did you have anything else, Mr. Hirsch? Okay, moving on, we're supposed to have a 10-minute break. Do we need to have another 10-minute break? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it is on the agenda, so we are adjourned for 10 minutes or recess for 10 minutes. Please come back at 12:40. And for those of you at home on YouTube who are going to send hateful messages, we are recessing now for 10 minutes, and I'm going to be muting my computer while we do that, Dorn.
Well,
Jealous.
As well, you should be, sir.
Darren Kinzer looks like a ATF agent.
Dude, I walked in and he was wearing his bail enforcement agent shirt. I was like, wait a second. Are we, it looked like DEA. I was like, are we inviting Fed Boys to the SCC meeting?
He does look like a Fed boy.
Yes.
Okay, it is 12:40, coming back to order with a lot of the board missing because they can't read clocks.
Hey, I'm here this.
Yeah, we know, Luke. Here comes everybody else. just so everybody is aware, Mr. Lomax, 6th District is on the Zoom call. He had to start driving back to work. So he's not here in person, but he is on Zoom. We are missing Clayton, right, who's a non-voting member. So, okay, so everybody else is here. That should be here. Good. Next item on the business, Mr. Galt, and please split this time with me a little bit here. 45 minutes for the 2022 and 2023 election recap and planning. Go ahead, Mr. Galt.
Evan, are you able to give me permission to share my screen on the Zoom?
I cannot. Can Chuck, can you run up there and give him permission to share his screen?
I will try to get through all of these as fast as possible to leave you some time.
Thank you.
I'm just going to read the race, and our Libertarian candidate and their percentage. I'm not going to read all the vote totals. But I have sent this report out to all SCC members. So this is data as of like 98% reporting. So, you know, it's not completely finalized, but I wanted to give a report on where it stood now.
Speed through it since we did get it in a written report.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Still says this screen sharing.
Just go ahead and start talking and we'll figure the screen share out here a second.
Okay. Well, for U.S. Senate, James Siniak finished with 3.4%. There were 2 elections for the 2nd district. Special election results is Will Henry at 3.3%, and then the regular election at 3%. 7th district, Gavin Maple, 2.4%, 3rd place. Oh, I'll start saying the place as well, because some races that will matter. 9th. Perfect. Everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. So Tanya Millis, 9th district, 2.9%, 3rd place. Secretary of State Jeff Moore, 5.7%, 3rd place. Auditor of the state, John Schick, 3.5%, 3rd place. State Rep, District 22, Josh Vergiles, 4.2%, 3rd place. State Representative, 52nd District, Morgan Rigg, 18.3%, 2nd place. District 77, Jada Burton, 23.4%, 2nd place out of 2. 97th District, Edgar, 2.7%, 3rd place. Washington Township Board in Allen County, Adam Newmeyer, 5th place, 10%. Mill Township Board, Clayton Soltz, 12%, 4th place. Monroe Township Board, Grant County, Andrew Tabor, 7.7%, 4th place. Liberty Township Trustee, Henry County, unopposed, Steve Kaufman, 100% elected, 1st place. Liberty Township Board Member, Henry County, Terry Kaufman, unopposed, 1st place, 100%. Knightstown Council, Amanda Schwinn, 16.1%, 4th place. Reading Township Board Member Kevin Coriel, 6.4%, 5th place. Ronald Hoferkamp, 13.4%, Jefferson County Council, District 1, 2nd place. Marshall County Council, Ty Shively, 5.1%, 3rd place. Madison Township Board, Morgan County, Kristen Alexander, 19.2%, 4th place. Owen County Council, Rachel Combs, 2nd place, 22%. Owen County Commissioner, Chad Van Ryn, 9.9%, 3rd place. Derek Vogel, 29%, Robb Township Trustee, Posey County, 2nd place. Randy Young, Tippecanoe County, District 2, 23.1%, 2nd place. District 3, Jamie Ortiz, 23.8%.
Jaime.
Oh, yes, sorry. Jaime Ortiz, 23.8%, 2nd place. Caitlin Harwood, 19.5%, Sheffield Township Trustee, 2nd place. Josh Vergiles, 3rd place, 4.3%, District 22. David Andrew Lewis, 20%, District 3, 2nd place. Dugan Julian, second place, 18.9%, Kosciuszko County, Wayne Township trustee. Wayne Township board member Cassie Roland, 13.3%, fourth place. Clay Township board member Wayne County, Cheryl Hecox, second place, elected, 34.6%. Franklin Township board member, 3 Libertarians ran unopposed. All 3 won. Dean Hartley, Tom Nueven, and Brian Betchel, 43%, 28%, 28%.
Which township was that?
Franklin Township
in Montgomery County.
Yep. And also, let me finish this real quick. Montgomery County, Frank Stewart, 21.7%, third place. Lawrence County Sheriff Darren Kinzer, 11.9%, second place. Lawrence County Council District 1, Kevin Bunch, 8.2%, third place. Jason Russell, 13.1% in District 2, second place. Michael Russell, 17%, District 3, second place. Nicholas Siniard, 14.8%, second place. Pleasant Run Township trustee Amber second place, Cisco, 20.8%, second place. Pleasant Run Township board, this is our tie. Carrie Atkins is currently reporting tied for third place. Whitley County Commissioner District 2, Jared Myers, 5.7%, third place. Whitley County Council District 1, Ryan Day, 15.2%, second place. District 2, Scott Allison, 18.1%, second place. Washington County Sheriff Max Green, 4.7%, third place. Washington County Commissioner District 2, Tommy Brown, 13.1%, second place. Rhonda Green in District 3 did 21.4%. And in District 4, David Norton did 13.7%, all at second place. DeKalb County, District 3, Kevin Creek, 18.1%, second place. Lincoln Township board member, LaPorte County, Ashley Nicole Kozowski, fourth place at 15.6%. Michigan Township board, LaPorte County, Rodney McCormick, 6.4%, seventh place. Pigeon Township board member, David Politano, 13.6%. Fourth place. Ossian Town Council member at large, Stephanie Tucker, 29.3%, second place, elected. Newburgh Town Council at large, Melinda Mitchell, 13.8%, third place, which would account for 7 elected Libertarians this election. Thank you.
Mr. Solomon had a question about the trustee in the Franklin Township in Montgomery County. Do we know who the trustee is?
No.
Okay, can you look that up and send that to us? Send that to the SCC?
Yes.
Thank you.
Have we had that board this whole time?
No, not entirely. I believe we had Chuck.
It's Kay Anderson. I don't know if that means anything to you guys.
But who's what party?
Okay.
That's what I'm wanting to see.
We had one before.
I think we had 2 before, and we picked up a seat. It started with 1. So.
That's good.
But he'll get back to us with that. Is there any questions about those election results?
I believe we had touched on it before, with the tie. What is the procedure?
We're going to talk about that in new business item B. We'll come back to that.
The 7 elected Libertarian count, Chris, did that include the school board?
Scoreboard.
School board, yes.
Oh, school board. It did not count school board.
Oh, it doesn't. So it's 8.
Yeah, it did not count school boards because they're marked independent. Or no,
Nonpartisan,
they're marked in for
But we
nonpartisan.
count it because he's our guy. He's been a party member, and he was endorsed by the party, so we count that as a win.
There may be more of those out there though that I was unaware of, so I did not add him.
Only aware
There,
of him.
there were only two school board candidates. Was Luke and Jeanette Jaquesh in Allen County were the only two actual known libertarians that I'm aware of.
The Franklin Township trustee Kay Anderson is a Republican.
Okay. So, but yeah, I consider Luke's win a win. Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Mr. Hageman.
Did that count, Jack?
No, because he wasn't elected. He was appointed. I don't count
Not
you.
this year, you should.
Actually, I threw a fit because the CRM didn't have the option for appointed. And so we had that specifically built because for you, because it's listed and I was not going to list you as elected.
I'm the only libertarian that's just gotten appointed to fill a vacancy.
No,
Gotta
no,
say,
we've had quite a few.
it's professional.
That's how Anna Elliott got appointed to the BZA, and now she's going to be president of the BZA.
Was she appointed as one of the other?
Yes,
Okay.
as another.
We're about to have another one of those in the county.
Nice.
Chad Van Ryn.
Good, good. That's something that's something that as part of our discussion for 2022 and 2023. Do we have any other questions or comments about the 2022 election?
Yes, I have a question.
Mr. Lomax, go ahead.
The precinct reporting is like 98.9%. Do we know what counties are still outstanding or what precincts are still outstanding?
Your county. It's Hancock and Tippecanoe, I believe, are the ones that are outstanding. Oh, no, I am wrong. Monroe County is one of them. Monroe County discovered 6,000 votes that they had not yet accounted for. And so they processed them, but they didn't upload the drive with the numbers to the election system, so they didn't get included in the final tally that they submitted, which is not the official results. They're considered unofficial, but they've had to go through the election board now because those numbers were not. So we'll see from there. Any other questions about the 2022 election? I am highly going to recommend that people take a look at the postmortem that's going to come from the Moore campaign. I don't know if the Siniak campaign is doing a postmortem. He just left the room, so I can't look at him and ask him. But there was a lot of really good information. It's a very short postmortem. I think it's like 4 pages, but it's got some really good information in it. One of the things that they did that was beneficial, but probably should have started several months before, was the text messaging campaign. There is a way to do it legally. The ways that it was done prior to this year are no longer lawful. Excuse me, they're lawful. They are not in compliance with telecom internal regulations. They are self-regulating to prevent spam. They're failing, but they set up a whole process, and essentially all political campaigns prior to this year would be out of compliance if you tried to do it the same way. There is, however, new software called Peerly that was deployed in a couple of places across the country. Jeff's campaign was using it the last couple of weeks of the election. It's pretty inexpensive, but can be very effective, especially if you're using the data from the state party. Specifically, we know who's voted early, who's voted absentee. Danny was able to load that information up. He pulled voters from specific areas, targeted voters that had phone numbers, mobile phone numbers, and then he was removing people from that list who had already voted. So they would load that information in to Peerly so that they can continue to text message people who hadn't yet voted, but you're not wasting your time with people who have already voted. I highly recommend it. It is deployable for any level of office. There is a steep price to set it up initially. It's about $200 to set it up for a campaign, per campaign. I would say that any candidate who wants to use it, as long as they are raising money for other things, if you come to the state party and ask for help, we will probably help you do that. But so that's something that I think people should look at for 2023 to be able to deploy. Talking to Russell Brooks Bank in Clark County, we were talking about, he wants to send letters to voters in Clark County. And I think that's great and it shows initiative, but my question to him was, for what purpose? If you're just sending a blanket letter out to people, it's not going to do any good. And if you're just sending it to everybody, 75% of those people are going to throw it right in the trash because they hate you already. But one of the things that he found frustrating was on election day, he was introducing himself to voters and they would say they didn't even know that there was a Libertarian Party in Clark County. There's been a Libertarian Party in Clark County for years. They've participated in parades. They've done things. They have the food pantry. And I said, make a postcard highlighting something like the food pantry. Talk about the food pantry and say, we have drop-off points in Clark County on December 14th. Please help us help other people in our community by dropping off canned goods. Now you're showing people in the community what you're doing, which is more than just asking for their vote. It's actually trying to make the community better. I give the example of Morgan County and how their initial startup, what separated them was they were a watchdog for county government. They were reporting on what was happening at the local council meetings, and then they started recording them and broadcasting them so that people could see what votes were happening. And they did it mostly without commentary. You know, they weren't saying like, oh, look at these evil SOBs. It was just, hey, this is what's happening. You should know what's happening in your local government because it matters. And people looked at that and it legitimized them as a political organization that actually cares about the community. Now they've done other stuff and continued to grow, but that was their starting point. We need to have those starting points for each of our counties. And it's going to be different for each county. But they need to sit down and think about what that thing is. I think the food bank is the great initial point of contact and interest for Clark County. It's already established. They already have it. Send out a postcard to people telling them about it, but give them a way to be involved as well. Help us by providing canned food. Those are some of the things that I think we need to be doing in 2023, and we need to be doing it early. The great thing is we have this data. We know not only do we know who voted, not only do we know what their political leanings typically are, but we have that third-party consumer data that we can drill down and find people that are highly likely to be libertarian, but we can also find people aligned to specific issues and products. So you just have to talk to us. You don't have to come in walking in the door and know all of the details about who you want to target. You just got to come in the door and say, hey, Danny, hey, Evan, hey, Chuck, what we want to do. How should we target this and how many people is that? And we'll do it. We'll help you do it. And when I say we, I'll tell Danny and he'll pull the data and get it to you. But we have that process. We have those things. And I think it's imperative that because we have them, that we use them and we use them effectively. I snapped at Russell the other day because he asked me for a walk list in Clark County. I'm throwing him under the bus here. I just talked to him last night. and we were laughing about it then. But he asked me for a walk list for Clark County 2 days ago. And I was like, where were you during the election? Like, why are you asking for me for this now? Like, and what are you doing with it? I'm not just going to give you a walk list. That's a huge file that you are not going to do anything with. And it's going to irritate Danny that he pulls this. I send it to you and then you don't do anything with it. It's going to make him not want to do it the next time somebody asks. But this is, and then we talked about why he wanted it. And the reason why he wanted it was because he wants to send a letter. Well, why do you want to send the letter? What's your goal? Well, then let's break that down. Let's do that in reasonable chunks and let's make sure that it's a project that's actually going to work. The reason why I snapped at him was because I had 4 other people in the last week ask me for almost the exact same thing. And it was every now and then I let my rage take over and I snap. Happened to be on Russell that time. But let us know what you want to do and we will help you get that. But if you just ask me for voter data, I'm not going to waste time asking Danny to do it because 1, it's a huge file that you can't open. And 2, what are you going to do with it? I don't care that you have the data. I just want to make sure that you're using it effectively and not wasting your limited resources too. Mr. Solomon.
Speaking of the voter list, I know the state party sells that for fundraising efforts. Is that something that can be parsed off for lower levels of the party?
No, it is only authorized for the state party, state law.
Okay, so county parties aren't even entitled to it.
Technically, you can get the public list from the county clerk on your own.
Is that a county party privilege or is that anybody?
That is, anybody can get it, as a matter of fact.
So Joe Schmo off the street, just like you get public notice.
You have to pay for it, and it's random how much each county can charge for because it's based off of their time and everything like that.
Party would have to pay for it.
Yes, they may provide it to you for free. They might. It's totally their discretion, but it's the public list, which is not the same that we have. We have the non-public list, which has a lot more information in it. What you get has basically name, address, and that they're a registered voter, and if they voted. We have a lot more demographic and historical data that we get, which is why we're able to parse that against consumer data, is because we can actually find you in the consumer data records based off of your voter record. And then we create that 360 points of data, consumer data on people. It's kind of creepy, but it's there. So I think that it's important that every candidate running in 2023 be connected to the data team in some way, shape, or form, whether it's creating turf cuts and e-canvassers so they can go door to door, or helping them target specific people to contact for specific issues. We can help do that. And we had a few candidates in 2022 this year who did that, and they had good results. The ones who didn't, or many who didn't have good results. Christy.
I think it's that to bring up campaign finance.
Yes. Looking at you, Morgan. Make sure that you either close your account out when you file your final end of the year report, or understand if you keep your campaign committee open, you will continue to have reports that are due as a candidate. If you have a campaign open, your end of the year and pre-convention will be required. Even if you don't announce your candidacy, having your committee open pre-convention means you still have to file. It changes after the convention if you are not a declared candidate, but you still have filings that you have to do. Please make sure you are doing them. Mr. Schulteis will be updating and putting out the calendar of filings, both for candidates and county parties. This last reporting that we had in October, many of our county parties did very well in getting their filings in on time. We still had a couple who did not and have not reported in, but it's significantly less than the I think it was 17 that I had to go and beg for reductions in their fines back in September. Those who did get settlements, they have not sent out the letters. I asked when they're going to, and I basically got in 2 weeks answer. They don't know when they're going to do them. So sometime soon. Yeah. Mr. Schulteis.
I spoke to Michelle Thompson. She said the election division has to sign and authorize the settlement, so it has to wait till the next meeting of the commission.
Yeah. Which I don't know when that is. I think it is in December.
I only know because I spoke to Abby from the election.
And she said it's in December? Okay. That's probably in December then. Abby's pretty good about that. 2023, I'd like for us to have, this is going to sound crazy. I'd like for us to have two candidates in every county as an average, even the unaffiliated counties. But that's going to put work and pressure on all of the district reps. Yeah. Yeah, oh, it's going to be real hard for him. This single county. We have 544. Is that right? Is that my right sheet? No, it's 544 state party, 565 national, 233 triple.
So like 30% of our.
Yeah, he's 184 candidates.
Yeah. Or get new people. We have, so one of the things that Danny and Chuck were working on is we took every person who is in our database that has information that we can verify who they are, and like a mailing address and everything like that. And we did a first pass against the voter registration, which means the people who we know 100% match. There's no question about like name shifts or things like that. The addresses and the names match and the birthdays match perfectly. We have over 6,000, how many? 6,500 verified people in our database that we now have their voter registration information for. If just 10% of them are candidates, that's 650 candidates. There are a lot of elections this year in 2023. We are going to be targeting, I'm going to be sending out a letter asking those 6,500 people to run for office. We're going to follow that up with text messaging campaigns, and then we're going to follow it up with a letter from Donald Rainwater saying, hey, we need you to continue the flame. We need you to continue to move forward. We're going to ask other candidates to do the same thing. It'll be sent by us, written by them, carry their name on it, but to ask people in wherever they were running to run for local office. And because we know who it's going to, we can tailor it because we know what their precinct data is. It can be what we call variable data, which means if it's going to Paul Copeland, and I know Paul Copeland lives in Center Township 315 precinct, I can pull whatever elections are going to be in 2023 that he would be eligible for. So instead of it just being a generic, we want you to run as a libertarian, it could say, we want you to run for this seat or this seat or this seat in 2023.
Are you still going to send a letter to people that don't have email system? The Clay County affiliate, right? I was talking to Paul Beatty and to their treasurer, Jesse Killian, because they're like, well, what can we do this coming year? And I pulled up all the offices. Every single member of that county party lives in the county. not inside any incorporated place, so that they literally don't have a member that is eligible to run for anything. So I mean.
But that's member.
Yes, but I'm saying like sending them a letter that costs things.
Well, if they're not eligible, then they automatically wouldn't send a letter.
Or do we want to send letters to those people and say, hey, you're not eligible this year, but
Come
put
back
some
and come,
forethought
yeah.
into something in 2024.
That's something we could do, is start targeting people for the 2024 races for like legislative seats and things like that. Correct. It's all municipal. Unless there's a special election.
Who's our oldest statewide or congressional elected representative?
Oldest?
Trivia night. This was tough.
Oldest? You said federal or state? State would be State Senator Randolph. He's from Marion County area. That dude is like 150. Yeah. I've literally watched him sleep through hearings and then wake up and like literally asked me a question while I was testifying about something. Didn't know what he was in there for. Had no idea what the subject matter was. And it was very clear. And I was like, well, nap time's over. Thanks for joining us today.
Reminds me of fun tree effect, Liz.
I think he's the
Senator
oldest.
Chuck Grassley from Iowa that was just reelected for another 6-year term is older than the invention of the chocolate chip cookie. State Senator Randolph, they also would be. Yeah, Chuck Grassley, 89 years old. The chocolate chip cookie.
I think Randolph is like 84.
Can you imagine even being born into a world in which chocolate chip cookies?
That's scary.
I don't know if his dementia will allow him to.
Okay, so that's part of our plan. That's something that we're doing. But when that happens, we need you guys to help. When I reach out to them, when I send these letters out, you're going to know who they are because they're going to be marked in the CRM. So we need you to train your county chairs to be monitoring the CRM so that they can do follow-ups. And I'm going to be pushing on you guys as district reps to make sure you're using the CRM. I need you to push on your county chairs or county officers to make sure they're using it and using it effectively. And I will spend whatever time is requested as with people helping them use the system as long as they use the system. As long as they use the system.
If she knew how to do it, she.
Okay. Probably this is not a great answer. It was John Chick. I think we can do a lot of great things in 2023. And I think for us to reach where we need to be for the next SOS race, we have to pick up some of these smaller seats. They're winnable. We need to be focused. I would love to see counties putting as many candidates as they can on the ballot. We do know that even paper candidates who are just a name on the ballot have a positive impact. Yeah.
Do you know off the top of your head, is there any restriction on like if I wanted to move right now, right? How long before I can run for office? Address?
Depend, are you within the same county?
Let's say yes.
There's no restriction.
Okay, so I have so Lauren who wants to run for city council. She will not run against the city councilor who is currently representing her, but she's moving anyway, so she's kind of being choosy about. So there's no restriction on that.
I don't believe so. Different county is gonna.
Okay, so it would already be 2
outside the county. Not for municipal. Not within this. No, it's state law. I'm not going to ask who it was that. No. I mean, I'm not going to ask. I didn't hear anything about that. because I would have come down there and fought that for you because, okay. Oh, okay.
So it is so possible.
What, for her to move? No. I mean,
For any of you to move to Darmstadt and run for clerk treasurer.
no,
I'm losing my mind right.
no, because I would be moving outside of the county. So, but if you are within that township already, or within that city council already, I don't believe there's a restriction on when.
But it could be if it was like moving from the city to a different town. in the
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
clerk treasurer.
Inside the municipality, you're good. So if it's within the city council, but you're District 1 versus District 2, you can do it. But if you're moving from. Right. Yeah. I'd like for us to make sure that before the state convention, we have the materials that we've talked a lot about getting printed, done. We've got the World's Smallest Political Quiz cards. We've got the posters. We are working on making that digital on our website so that when people when they fill it out, it's connected to the CRM. That's in the queue of things to develop, which is being developed by Indiana, not by National, by the way. But we need LPIN branded brochures, issue cards, things like that. We need all of that. We need templates already created in Canva so that our candidates and our county parties and everybody can add their name and information and send it off to be shipped. And they've got their business cards. They've got their palm cards. They've got social media posts. So we can have a branded look on social media where we can provide the Canva template. So you want to drop in, hey, you're going to be on the radio. You can have a social media post, a Facebook post that looks just like the ones that Jeff or James had, because it's a template. You just drop your photo in and edit the text and you're good to go. You don't have to reinvent it every single time. But I'd like for us to, and we have a Canva account for the state party. And we can share those templates with people for free. If they have even a free Canva account, they can use them. But these are some of the things that I'd like for us to have before our state convention so that our candidates can use them in a timely manner. Yes. No, we're not going to do a committee. We're just going to freaking do it. Yeah, I'm tired of things going to die in a committee where nothing happens. If you are interested in doing this with me, because this is a project of mine that I want to get done, then just let me know and I will give you things to do until you stop doing them. And then I'll stop sending you things to do. And then I'll find somebody else to send things to. Right, Lori? Yeah. Is there anything that we haven't talked about? Well, Mr. Solomon.
So for candidate committees that still have money, do you want to talk at all about restrictions on what? So like for Jada's campaign, there's still a little bit of cash left over in the fund. My intention was to have her donate it to the district. But my soon to be better than replacement, hopefully, he had the good idea of, hey, why not just make that the seed investment into Lauren's campaign? And that way we're taking libertarian campaigns and rolling them forward.
There are a ton of different restrictions when it goes from candidate to candidate. Yeah. It's difficult, and even the Republicans and Democrats screw it up all the time. However, the candidate can transfer to the county party or the state party. They can also to the district committee, I believe. No.
Because district committee is just a regular party.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, then they can. So it can go to the county, it can go to the district, it could go to the state.
Then we could wash it, send it to
I can't comment on that because of the way you phrased it.
legally.
We can consider how funds received from candidates are dispersed, but it would be the recipient's discretion on where it would go. or if we rolled it into the general fund or whatever we did.
Just like the LP.
I'm telling you not, they can't be earmarked, which is different. I'm telling you right off the bat, it can't be earmarked. I would, and those are the things that I would recommend. Honestly, my recommendation would be to either give it to the county or the state. Those are the two that are going to need the money the most. And the state, I don't know, didn't we give $1,000? Yeah. Just, you know, it'd be dope. Got some of that cheddar back. Any unused funds? Danny, look at me. It'd be nice if we got any unused funds back. It'd be great. Just saying.
Cold dead hands, Danny.
But that is something that can be done. I would ask that the any funds that came back would end up being non-general funds automatically because of the nature of the transfer back. So I would hold those in an account until our state convention probably, or if we receive the funds, we can ask that be held in an account set up specific. Oh no, we already have the fund. We can designate it to go any candidate transfers or contributions could go. Thank you. Could go directly into our candidate support fund.
So just something that I noticed that gives me hesitation. So for, and Chris could probably talk about this since he was in the room for it. The money that was given by the state party for the e-canvassing event, it was sent from the state to the county party. And like the county party, we were just waiting on another meeting for them to release it to everybody that's involved. So the county party ended up just being an unnecessary middleman.
It's the legal requirement.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
Okay, so.
That's why I don't just
It could
do those
be
things
given
because it's
to-
fun to make people's lives a living hell. It's because that's legally how we have to do it.
Just have been given to a campaign.
No, because it was a party organized event, and because you had legislative, local, state, and federal candidates participating in the program, it has to be done by the state party and sponsored by the state party and funding reimbursement to the county party.
Because what ended up happened was I paid for that out of pocket.
Yeah.
While we waited on county party to reimburse the campaign.
Yeah.
It's a really long process that.
Yeah. I get that, but it's the legal requirement. Not having to wait for a meeting. Yeah. That's why a lot of times I ask for up to an authorization when I ask for something, is so that if something goes over the amount, I don't have to come back and be like, hey, it's $20 over.
At the previous meeting of the Vandenberg County Party, no one even knew about it. It wasn't until
Right.
the day of when I asked Chris, like, hey, where did that money go? And then he was like, oh, it's sent to the county party. I was like, literally, this is the first any of us down here have ever heard of it.
Yeah.
It could be.
There's also the candidate support funds. If it's something that is specific just for one candidate, if it's just for that candidate, the state party can make that contribution direct to the candidate. But if it's something that is commingling of activities, can't do it. Can't do
Should
it.
be initiatives. There's no levels to commingle. It's all local.
True. Well, still, it's more than that though. If candidate A is hosting the event with candidates B, C, and D, that is a campaign contributions to B, C, and D. If we give the money to candidate A and they provide the service or the event for B, C, and D, that is a campaign contribution from A and a gift in kind that they then have to figure out what the number is and give that to them. And then it has to be reported by both organizations. However, if we give the funds to the county party, The county party is empowered to do that for all of their local candidates. If you are only a county filer, if you file your paperwork with the county clerk, you cannot do anything above county. Can't do legislative. If you are a state filer, you can do anything within the state other than federal. That's why some events are actually sponsored specifically by the state party, is because the county party can't do something that's state or federal.
Is this how the major parties do it? So like the Republican, the Vicksburg GOP has their weekend meeting and they like Todd Young down to Steve.
It's different because it's different because he's a speaker. He's just coming as a speaker, and they actually waive speakers. Yes, it's a little different. Yeah, it was because it had it had federal and state candidates at it. So we were the sponsor of it. We took care of paying for the permit and all of that good stuff as the state party. So then that's where it goes. And the candidates, we're thankful that the state party did that, and they made sure to contribute back to the state party in support and thanks. That's how you say it. Any questions about 2022, 2023, anything that people think we should focus on that hasn't been talked about, or services, or anything that we should be looking at providing for 23?
Anyone else other than Mr. Lundy planning on running in 23?
James has announced he's running for mayor of Greenwood.
Mike, got something you want?
I'll be running for city council.
Yay!
Jonesboro?
The incumbent was elected with 12 votes in 2019. So we
nice.
That said, it's not wrong. And it wants me to take it.
Nice.
That's what he said. If I say period, he said, Mr. Thomas brought here.
What's population?
Oh, I'll be running for the city. Yes.
Like they have mayor?
Yes, and met the requirements in the 90s, and has since met a big population increase. But once you become a city, you no longer have to keep the requirement. Once you become a city, you're a city until you de-citify.
I don't know if anybody knows, can you turn from a city to a town?
Yes, you can, but it's a legal process, and it changes the whole dynamics of their legal framework.
Because that's still a mayor for.
Yeah, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Love
These are the kind of cities.
He used the word.
Anybody object to hearing from Ms. Schillings? Hearing none, Ms. Schillings.
So that's two other individuals.
Can't hear anything she's saying.
And
I was going to come to that event, but I literally had it in my calendar as the following day.
We can't hear anything.
Don't worry about it.
It
Wasn't important. Thank you, Michelle.
We have some small claims court constables lined up too. Right now, we have no one on the docket. We're looking to get somebody to run some mayoral race. Honestly. At this point, honestly, I think it's whatever the stuff I think. Constable with small claims.
Yes. Yep. It's a thing. Then they carry a gun and they go knock on doors. They always are. It's the easy access law enforcement. You can give out badges. That actually happened in Southport. There was they were selling badges to people. They would hire you as a deputy and give you a badge. It's the easiest way to get into quote law enforcement. I'm gonna keep using these scare quotes.
Official, though, is that a full-time position? Like
Yes, it is. Yep, it is. And it requires no law enforcement certification whatsoever. None. All right, moving on. membership report. As I've said a couple of times, we've gone through these numbers a little bit. The current status of the LPIN, statewide membership is 544. This time last year, we were 494. Nope, 510, excuse me, 510, reading the wrong number. We were at 510, we're at 544. Triple members, we have 233 triple members. We were at 133 triple members this time last year. So we're literally 100 more. 1994 Society, we have 106. That's both monthly and annual. 106, that is a low number. It was 117 this time last year. So that number has dropped. No. Only one person that became a lifetime, two people who became a lifetime member canceled or dropped their 94 Society membership. There's only been 2 in the last 2 years that have done that. Most everybody who becomes a lifetime member continues their contributions to the party after that. National membership, we were at 565 national members, BSM. So that means that counts towards our delegate formula for national. That puts us in 8th place nationally. Somewhere here, I actually had that. The membership report. Which I have a copy for the secretary to put in the physical minutes, and I can send a digital copy of it too. The state right above us is Virginia at 601. So it's not based off state party, it's based off of it's all states. It's based off of the state. So within the state of Georgia.
So does Virginia get?
Or Virginia, excuse me. They're reaffiliating.
If they did not.
Virginia is not dissolved. They weren't actually dissolved, and the membership have kind of thrown a fit on that. The board didn't have the authority to do what they did. New Mexico is the one that disaffiliated, and National has recognized a new potential affiliate in New Mexico.
Procedurally correct for them to do so?
No comment.
Noted.
So we beat Colorado, who was telling us we would never beat them. We did.
They got the letter.
Not yet. But she will. Virginia had 601 in 7th place. Ohio had 690 in sixth place, and that's the one that really bothers me because Ohio is a shit affiliate.
Yeah, correct.
They're garbage. They're crap. Do we? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, they're not nearly as active as we are,
And they're not taking it seriously.
and so it bothers me that they're ahead of us.
Jada and I went to that Yale. There were a lot of people there from Ohio.
Yeah.
And they were like, I don't take the Libertarian Party seriously because, and they just started listing off things about the Ohio affiliate. I looked at them after they listed complaints. It's like, yeah, don't blame me. I wouldn't take us seriously either.
Yep. New York was in 5th at 724. Pennsylvania was in 4th with 768.
We're running out of time.
Secrets. We're already out of time. Oh no, this is membership report. Florida was 897 in 3rd place. Texas was 1,285 in 2nd place, and California was 1,623 in 1st place. I do believe that if we try and we really work at it, and we get some counties affiliated, we get the rest of the 92 counties affiliated, and we have counties that are sending out regular messaging to the contacts, not just the members. I believe that before the October 31st of 2023, it is realistic for us to be in first place. Because let me tell you something about all of the other states that are ahead of us. They do nothing communication wise.
I was like, California has a fairly large city with a majority libertarian governing board. That's worth something. Hanford.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, three out of 5 of that council.
They're nonpartisan though, too. But we should be kicking everybody's butts that's ahead of us on this list. So I think we can do it. Any questions about membership?
They do a per 100,000 population.
They do. There is one of those.
This was just
Active, it's active to population. State rank, we're 6th. The 5 above us are Delaware, Alaska, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Hampshire.
So the places where no one knows.
Essentially. Yeah.
People live in college.
Yep. And our number, like actually what's interesting is active by states. We have the highest number of actives by states in the top 5. We're the highest. Yeah. We're better than Colorado. Screw them. Any other questions about membership? Kristen Alexander, just FYI, will be coming back and helping me at the house, I believe 2 days a week after Thanksgiving. So she'll be coming back and helping me do some stuff and sending out cards to members and stuff like that, doing some birthday cards. She'll fill it out. I'll just sign my name to it, which is great. So if you get a birthday card from the state party that you can actually read the printed handwritten text, Kristen wrote that.
Tell Kristen you just find if she which don't.
Okay, so next thing, legal updates. We had the major victory in our lawsuit against the state. The state had asked for a dismissal based off of an older precedent that basically says that if it's rational, it should the state has the ability to do something, and that you use this test to say, well, what have other states done? And if other states have done something similar, then it's reasonable and rational. And it's the cyclical thing of, as long as some other state is crapping all over third parties, then it's fine. And nothing ever changes. And that decision has been in place, has been the precedent for 30 plus years. The court asked, or the state asked for our lawsuit to be dismissed based off of the Hall precedent.
This is a state court, not a federal court?
This is a federal court. And the federal judge denied their request, denied their motion for dismissal, and said that it is time for us to do a fact-based review of this precedent.
And this is the Southern District of Indiana?
I believe so.
Indianapolis court?
I think so.
I think so.
That was huge. That was massive. I am man enough to admit that when I read the judge's review, I cried a little.
The judge?
I don't remember for the life of me.
I feel like he's trying to start some shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was a, there's definitely a hand tip that says we actually have the fact that he's rejecting Hall as the precedent to be reviewed, the standard to review, means he's going to walk into all of the evidence with an actual open mind, fact-based review. I actually think before I thought we were just, helping out the Green Party by joining our name. We actually may win this. There's a possibility, which means we're going to be appealed, which we'll probably lose because the appeals court is much different. They like to uphold precedent.
Oh, wait, this is the Chicago circuit too.
Yeah, but they've done some really good things to screw over the state legislature. It is. But we have talked about it and we are prepared to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. And this may actually be an issue that the Supreme Court would be interested in. You can't predict, especially with this court, what they're going to do. But at least a couple of the justices this is something that they would probably support, throwing out a 30-year precedent. I mean, it's not like they haven't done that recently. Any questions about the legal updates? Okay, 2023 convention. I'm going to pass the gavel to Lucy for a second. Well, not the gavel, but Lucy's going to speak about this, but everybody has the 2023 convention email in front of them. Ms. Brinton, Madam Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you. And thank you all for your patience with definitely behind in getting this brought to date. So sadly, we're having but
I got you. You need to speak up because the people at home can't hear you.
sorry, let me also direct it this way. So since we didn't get the 10% of Secretary of State's race, we'll again indeed have a convention this next time instead of simply a party and participating in the primaries. So to update everybody and take up some time here, the things that are on the agenda, which Evan has sent us by email and which we have here in person, is first getting a mosh on here, and that would be up to $1,000. So we need to get an affirmative vote on that. We need to go over the pricing, menus. I have coming from, in fact, Convention Committee, did you guys get that in your emails?
Yes.
Okay, good. So we have menus, vendor tables, sponsors, program ads, and the tracks.
Marsha's willing to do it for this. Essentially.
That's only because everyone's.
Yeah. That's what I think it will cost for the travel and lodging.
Really?
Yeah, it's just travel and lodging.
Nice.
Yeah.
And who top 10?
Huh? Okay. Are you angry about this? Okay. I will tell you that this was because there was an irritating person who kept messaging me, my hand to God, daily, asking me if I had talked to him yet.
Tanya. Yes, thank you, Tanya. Good job.
However, our window is closing.
Yeah.
And that was why I've requested. Yes, we're putting this packet. I had asked for the convention committee to approve this stuff, but it hasn't happened yet.
And that is my fault. I want to take responsibility for that.
So I'm taking this portion away from the convention committee to bring to the full board to vote because these things must be decided today.
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to be discussing them because this isn't just me saying this is what I want. This is actually, we need to discuss this. So I'm gonna step back in for a second, Lucy. The first item that I would ask for is a motion to authorize me to complete negotiations with Congressman Amash to speak at our state convention as the keynote speaker for our state convention for up to $1,000 in travel and lodging. Is there any discussion? He would be there for the dinner.
This Saturday?
Yeah. Yeah. He might come for longer than that, but that would be the thing that he's there for, is the Saturday banquet. I do want to do a roll call vote for this because it is $1,000. Doesn't matter. It's $1,000.
Yeah, there's a reason why.
I asked if there was discussion, but either way, we still have to do the roll call, even if, yeah, procedurally speaking.
Roll calls before when I ended up making no vote. That's why I was a no vote.
Because you're a jerk. That's why. I don't either. It happens so often.
Well, it's post convention. So when Greg Nolan asked me about it, explaining, they're like, "Oh, we probably should have all done."
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. Who seconded it?
Was it Morgan?
Is-
It was, well,
I tried both and was slower both times, so however you want to make it.
Okay, I thought I heard somebody say it was Paul, which is not possible because it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good point. Some combination of myself, Lucy, and Morgan.
Or wait, we have to have a discussion first, right?
There was no discussion.
Okay, no discussion, we're gonna vote. Let's
Yep.
get a second, roll call.
Yes, Mr. Hagerman.
What have we typically spent?
Jorgensen cost us, I believe it was about 1,800. Yeah, no, because it was also travel and her travel expenses were a lot more because she was flying from Washington State. Because she went to an event and then red-eyed back here to Indiana. Nick in 2020 was, I think, like 1,300, which was flight and hotel. When we negotiate, we don't typically pay anything but transportation and lodging. There have been a couple of times where I've been open to paying a speaker fee, but then they decided they didn't want to come anyway. Are you ready, Madam Secretary? Okay, go ahead and call the roll. Mr. Nolan, do you have a question? You're muted.
Yeah, I thought the $1,000 was speaking fees and plus lodging.
Nope, it's up to $1,000 for travel and lodging.
Okay.
There is no speaker fee. It would be reimbursement for travel and lodging. Go ahead, Madam Secretary. Yes. Please speak up, everybody.
Yes.
Secretary, that's me. Treasurer, Michael.
Mr. Schulteis?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Political director Chris.
Yes.
District one, John.
I think he has dropped off.
Yeah.
District two, Elizabeth.
Yes.
District three, Christine. Yes. District four, Dennis.
Aye, yes.
District five, Greg.
Yes.
District six, Luke.
Luke is not on.
District seven, Ken.
Yes,
District eight, Jane.
loud and resounding.
District nine, Greg.
Yes.
Chair Evan.
Yes.
Fourteen yeses. Three absent.
Okay, next item on the list was for 2020, was the pricing for the convention. So we're talking about regular ticket pricing here. The previous pricing for the complete package, early bird, was $175 per person and $225 after the early bird. Student tickets were $115 early and $165 after the early bird. I'm actually going to do the a la cartes as well. The Saturday training by itself, if you just wanted that, these are the a la carte tickets, was $125. The Saturday dinner was $100. The Friday event was $25. The 1994 Society breakfast for non-94 Society members was $50. We also had the complete remote package for $100. The business meeting only remote was 10, and the business meeting only in person was 0. My recommendation in the email that I sent was to raise the complete student and a la carte 1994 society breakfast by $25 each. So that would make the complete 200 and then 250 after the early bird. It would make the student 135 and then something like that, math. And then it would make the 94 Society breakfast $50. It actually cost us $75. Thank you. It actually cost us $60 per person last year. So I think it's important that we actually charge more than it costs us. No. We had the 1994 Society breakfast was $50 for a non-94 Society member, which we do have people that do come to that. It cost us $60 per person for that breakfast. So we were charging less than what it actually costs us for them to be there. I recommend raising the a la carte dinner ticket price, which was $100. I recommend raising that by $50 to making it $150. It's about 85. That's what it was last year. It has gone up. That's what we don't.
No,
But we do know it went up. Yes.
I have menus, but I don't have pricing.
It's probably 20% higher. Yeah. I also recommend completely removing the remote options. They are no longer needed and necessary, and they are a complete pain in the ass. Yes, it's still broadcast and recorded. We just don't allow people to come in as a delegate or a spectator through Zoom anymore because it is a complete and total nightmare.
Yes.
Or people not being heard, or the untimely votes, or wanting to be recognized, or any of the host of other things that happens that make it very difficult. I'll go ahead. Let's actually do the vendor table sponsors and program ads too as all costs or things that we're charging for. The vendor tables were $150. I recommend keeping those the same price. That's not something that is a price that increases for us. That's part of our convention package. That's dead space that we sell to people. And $150 is, especially right now, is a very reasonable thing for people to pay to come and set up a table. And I fear if we raise that, people will just opt to not have a table. Sponsorships, I also recommend those staying exactly the same. The exclusive premier sponsor, which we've never had, was $10,000. The gold sponsor, again, I don't think we've ever had a gold sponsor, was $5,000. The silver sponsor, which we have had, and we potentially have 2 or 3 people wanting to do it this year in 2023, is $2,500. I recommend keeping those the same and not increasing those. The program ads, those are the ads that run in the convention program, the nicely printed one that we do. I recommend keeping those prices exactly the same. They're the low ball entry level pricing. The people who are going to pay for the full page ads, we don't have statewide candidates this year. Those are typically who do. However, I'm going to reach out to all of the presidential candidates and remind them they should buy a full page ad. But so I recommend keeping those at the prices they are. Yes, there are declared presidential candidates. There are at least 2. Lars something or other and Mike.
Come on.
I get a lot of emails.
But it's got an M in it at the beginning. Yeah, but it's like, yeah. That dude. That's what I thought it was Meerkat. That's what I look at it. I'm like, Meerkat? He's definitely wanting to participate in our state convention. So, is there any, let's have, open the floor up for discussion on that recommendation. Mr. Hagerman?
You have several people.
Limit yourself.
No, so there's a lot more that's included in that package than what's at the silver level.
Oh, okay.
My feeling is that is the cost for that level is reasonable. Just because we haven't had anybody do it doesn't mean we should lower that cost and essentially. I would not recommend providing the $10,000 worth of promotion and stuff that we now have to do for somebody only paying $2,500. Does that make sense? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't move it. It's the same thing. Same thing. The value that they get for the $2,500 sponsorship makes us money, but isn't right. We have to, there's things we have to spend money on. And changing those tiers would cost us more money. We would lose more money for it. Mr. Solomon. No. I would accept that motion. That there's no motion made yet. You're still in discussion. So why don't you talk about the things that you don't like or like? There's no motion on the floor.
Yes.
It's a discussion. You just talk about the things you don't like.
So
Discuss what you don't like.
upping the student price. House. That's a demographic that.
Right.
I think that's true. No, like that's, in my opinion, a key demographic that we want to try to attract more of and becoming more cost prohibitive. And I don't know, how many of those do we sell in?
So I think it was 10.
Yeah.
And I'll also mention, I'll also mention that I believe every single one of the student packages we sold were people who were, how old were you? I was going to say, I thought they were all over 28. So Jada didn't have a student ticket. I think she bought a regular package. She did all a carte.
What if we made the student pricing for the training free? Or something like that, like we're.
Gotta think about and remember is that the balancing of these tickets, like especially with the training, the a la carte training offsets the other things that we have to pay for. So it's not like you can say, okay, well, let's just make this thing free, because the tickets that we get for that help pay for the space in general. This is all the costs of the dinner, the beverage service, the bar that we actually have to pay the fee for, the venue space, the masthead, the photographer, everything all goes in. And so it's basically each one, we're giving people the option to continue giving us money to offset that cost so that we can then be profitable.
If we're going to worry about students, then let's have somebody step forward and have a scholarship, you know, or a sponsorship.
I like that.
I'll tell you what, I'll step forward and I'll do $25 on any student up to 10. I'll do the first 10, $25 a piece.
Can you put that in the minutes?
Yes, put that in the minutes. I'll prefund it, whatever.
So would that be displayed on the purchase end?
We'll give them a code or something. They can get a discount.
We
code.
can't do that.
Can't do that.
It's
Okay.
so unbelievably complicated. We can do a refund.
When they show up, I'll hand them 25 in cash.
No, that's
Well,
it's hard.
Because what I'm thinking of is.
Actually, here's
if we
what we
have a
do.
student that's interested, they're gonna look at the website and see that price.
Yeah.
And
Maybe just-
I'm asking if there's gonna be something when they're looking at that big number
Mhm.
and, you know, clenching their cheeks.
If you
they'll
have
pay,
to-
but it's not actually as bad as it looks.
I mean, the difference between 150 and 100 and
That's a lot of ramen. That's a whole semester's worth of food
Why don't we
right there.
just have a display? With, you know,
That's actually what we could do. We could say that if you're applying for a student thing, we have limited scholarships available. Please contact this person.
Okay.
And we'll make it Lucy.
Yeah,
We'll give
yeah,
them
we'll
Lucy's
give it-
email address. And then Lucy says, hey, I'm gonna do this. And what they'll have to do is they'll call me. We'll arrange a time so that I can do it on the back end and deduct the price and then make Lucy pay the difference. We can't do it on the website direct. It has to be done by an administrator going in the back end and purchasing their ticket for them. Because I can adjust the price. Yes, or yes.
This worries me too. I was just among these.
And they don't like phone calls?
No.
Don't even call it pizza
Email.
delivery.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's keep on track. Does anybody object? Does anybody object to hearing from Mr. Mayorkas, County Chair from Tippecanoe? He's been waiting patiently. Hearing no objection, Mr. Mayorkas.
I wanted to just make a comment on the remote options. Personally, I feel like that's removing the revenue potential and perhaps maybe countering that with making that a little bit tip the balance on gas, $40. And if someone chooses to do that, granted it's a headache, we're making it more of a decision. Could I drive? It's $40. I'll go ahead and pay $40. And keeping that headache for some revenue.
Whose headache?
Yours?
It will be yours. It's not just mine. It's also all of the officers who are up on the dais. It's also the AV person, Chuck Poland, because we have to be looping them in and we don't necessarily hear them. We've had people challenge the vote because they felt that their vote wasn't heard. All 5 of them.
But to Mr. Mayor's point, is there a number we can put on your headache? And then if nobody pays that.
I will not want to do the remote complete because we have never been able to successfully do the remote complete where we have provided the video feeds for the training sessions. It has not actually happened. So I would be strongly against doing the remote complete package. However, the remote business meeting package, I don't think people will pay for it, which means people will complain more. But if Mr. Mayorkas thinks that a $40 price point is a price point that somebody could say, maybe I'd rather save the money and do it remote, I'm okay with that. I would support $40. Yep, for the business meeting only. Remote. I do feel like it is also going to cause problems because people are going to say, well, the live attendees don't have to pay anything. And the reason for that is because we can't. Not at $10. It is, but people didn't complain. My sentiments exactly. Miss Avery.
Not hearing anything.
We'll repeat it for you. We did. From she said, Miss Avery said that she does not object to raising the prices for the dinner and the 94 Society breakfast, but objects to raising the ticket prices because it's too expensive, and other various arguments. And that she believes that we'll make our money anyway. My pushback to that is, having seen the pricing in other places and other events, knowing what our current contract rate is right now, if we had the attendance that we had right now, the same tickets, the same packages, we would lose money. I can't assume that we're going to have additional sponsors. I do know what the pricing is for the venue. We've already signed that contract. The forum has already been contracted, and that pricing went up. If we don't raise our ticket prices, if the exact same attendance, well, let's not get into that.
What if we?
Let's not do that.
Like, what if we make it appealing
Thank you.
for us to have a maximum attendance and we could have lower pricing?
That is a huge gamble, because we've also had years where we tried to do that and the party lost a significant amount of money because people didn't come.
So we didn't have Justin Mosh. We got these off.
We also don't have Justin Amash.
So that wasn't a fine.
No.
Oh, this is just.
I've been waiting for these ticket prices so that I can turn it on.
Yeah.
It's literally, they are waiting for me to give them the final pricing so that they can turn it on.
What's our maximum that we can have?
I believe for the convention itself, I believe was 360.
360.
The dinner, I believe, was 160.
160.
Mr. Hagerman.
Should be. Mhm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do too. I am so in support. of it.
Letting people watch remotely. And having people participate.
Mhm.
If you want to watch it, then by all means, watch it and watch it. Want to participate. You need
That's up if you're going to be a delegate and get your options.
Yeah. It's part of it, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if we're worried about raising enough money for our membership and getting enough membership to show up, why aren't we doing this to outside of the membership? At least it's training the panels. Like, we could be partnering with people who are doing the panels to get them, to get people happy for things too. I'd like to keep prices down myself, but that would require us.
I don't think that, one, we have to have priority for our people,
Right.
for our own membership. 2 years ago, I brought in about 10 people who were not party members to come to the dinner. And that was great because it ended up being the year that we were having difficulty. I do not want to rely on outside organizations to fund our state convention through their ticket sales. This is the Libertarian Party state convention. This is not the Friends of the Libertarian movement.
I get that. But this is also our time to shine. Say, this is what we can offer you. This is what we're doing.
This is a bylaws requirement. We're not actually even required to have the dinner
Right.
or to have the training.
Right.
Those two things are actually wrapped around the thing that we're required to do so that we can get money
Right.
to host that thing.
Yeah. Well, we could do that part of it regardless of how many people show up.
I think it's right now with the pricing being, the costs being what they are. I'm not opposed to, hey, let's try to promote it, but I don't think it's a good idea to base our revenue projections off of another organization sending people. I don't think it's a good idea. I think we'll end up in debt. And I will strenuously object to that, but I'm one vote. If you guys want to do it,
I'd
by all
rather have
means.
outreach by a different means.
Mr. Solomon,
So I get your point about.
actually, hold on. I'm sorry. Mr. Schulteis had his hand up and it's been up and he hasn't spoken. Mr. Schulteis, go ahead.
I just want the board to know that our financial position is significantly less than we were at the beginning of the year. We're about $30,000 to $40,000 less than we were before. We're not having as much income as possible. So it's possible we could lose a significant amount of money if we're not bringing in significant revenue for this convention. And we've been profitable for several years, but there was the convention on I believe it was the east side of Indianapolis where we lost $20,000. So it's not unheard of.
We
for
didn't
us
lose
to-
$20,000.
15, it was a significant amount of money.
It was.
What about opening up tickets to?
Move to extend for 5 minutes.
There's a motion to extend by 5 minutes. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the time's extended by 5 minutes. It was Mr. Solomon was next. Mr. Solomon.
So there. I'm on side organizations is like a revenue projection. I get that entirely. I have sense. But to back up Liz on this, trying to like reaching out and bringing in more organizations here, I think that's kind of crucial to what a political party is having a bunch of people in the room to make those connections. Because we should be able to offer more than just, hey, we have X amount of members and that's the entire support group of this party. If it's, hey, on a one-off occasion, this person is around, this person, and bringing all those people into the room. I mean, I have driven I've driven a lot of hours and spent a lot of money just to be in rooms with certain people, even if I didn't really give a shit about who was hosting the event. I just knew who was going to be in the room. So I think leaning into that is absolutely something.
Okay, and please, everybody, keep your comments brief because there are a bunch of people who actually do want to talk and we're already extended on time and we still have to vote. Mr. Nolan.
Yes, there's two parts to the equation of raising the price. If you raise the price, you run the risk of having less people come to the convention. You could theoretically make less money by having a lower price. So have you thought through that economic theory in your price rise that you're suggesting?
Yes, I've looked at, since I will answer that since it was a direct question. I have looked at the past few years convention and figured out the average number of people and the average people who come. Based off of that, I'm projecting that if we don't raise our prices, we will have a 20 to 30% loss. Because of our attendance, our standard attendance, it's typically, you guys all know this, it's the same people that come every year.
I don't think
you've answered my question. You have the same people coming in the year. Do you feel that by raising it this significantly amount that you're going to have less and thereby the total amount brought in will be less?
No, because prior to 2020, our tickets were $25 less than $165 for the early bird. 2020 was when we raised the price to $165 for the early bird. We have not raised the price since then, but we have had significant price increases. Last year's was more expensive. This year's is significantly more expensive. So I have thought about that. We've raised the price before. I think that the people want to attend, which is why we do things like try to get Justin Amash to come. That's why we are doing the panels, because the people said they wanted training and panel discussions. So we're providing both. That doesn't increase our costs to do those because it's within the space that we already have to pay for. But that becomes a value add to the ticket buyers that have come. I'm going to recognize Miss Lori Schillings because aside from being a county chair, she was also the 2021 convention organizer with Mr. Danny Lundy. But please speak very loudly so that Greg Nolan doesn't yell at me.
I will speak very loudly. So I would recommend, if you want to make this a networking event, that's what our Friday evening is for. It is open to the public. It's limited amount of funds. It's availability for non-party business and networking only. That is what that event is for. If you want to bring bodies to the Libertarian Party, that is the time to do that, to prevent a good PR face to the public and to let them know we are serious about our business. Saturday is business for the party. Saturday is to conduct internal business, internal training, and it's very valuable to us as an internal mechanism. If we try to bring outsiders in, they're going to take our hard work, our hard effort, and use it for their own abundance rather than paying forward just like every member of the party does. It's my recommendation as someone who has ran this convention before with Danny Lundy and someone who has attended these to make Friday a more valuable thing if you really want to bring networking in and keep Saturday for internal business. The ticket pricing to me is incredibly affordable when you consider other major party fees up to $1,000 a plate.
Yeah.
And I know because we're libertarians, we're also povertarians. We don't want to spend these kind of dollars, but it's valuable training that we need, and especially with the influx of new people over the last several years, to be able to attend in person and to have these panels for training. I think it's incredibly valuable and it's worth an extra $25 to me to go. And I'm going to recommend every one of my party members go for these amount of months too. That's really all I have to say.
I'd like to extend also by 5 minutes, please.
About 10.
I'll recognize Ms. Avery's motion. Is there any objection to extending by 10 minutes?
I object.
Okay, all those in favor of extending by 10 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
The ayes have it. Time's extended by 10 minutes. Ms. Coquillard.
As somebody who's attended multiple conventions across the state, last year, I recognized we didn't have the same reciprocation. We didn't have other people, other libertarians from other states coming to see what Indiana's doing right. And that's what we need to do. That's what I did last year. I went to other conventions to see what other states were doing to make sure, pick up some tricks, bring it back to Indiana. That's what we need to do. We need to attract other libertarians outside the state, come to our training, come to our panels. We can make up ticket sales that way. I feel like we are kind of, you're right. We're adding all this added value with the training and the panels that I feel like people outside the party or the state party would be very interested in attending. I do feel like we could be a little bit more creative in ways of doing, to make sure that we get people outside of membership here.
Mr. Copeland. Keep it brief.
Yes, so I lost my job on August 31st of this year, and I decided to not seek reemployment in order to help on Jeff's campaign. The price increases sucked. There's no way around that. But those of us who are dedicated will dig a little bit deeper and we'll find that funds and we'll be there to do the work of this party. So as somebody who is greatly affected, I don't have a vote, but I support increasing the funds to cover our costs.
Mr. Hagerman, did you have your hand up?
I would love for us to get where we are bumping up. And start charging a little bit. But as it is, stopping this having to be. Saving not being work. And hopefully we get to a point where we're like, what you're going to pay
$100 more, non-resident tax. My final thoughts on this is first, when it comes to the other states, we go to other states because we care. The other states, they're not doing the things we're doing, not because they don't know how, it's because they're not as engaged. They're not going to come here. It could be free. You know how I know? They didn't come for the regional training.
And even people who registered for it still didn't come. It is great to have the goal of having other people and other organizations come. That is revenue, unexpected revenue, if those tickets sell. As a board, as a body charged with safeguarding the resources of this party that our affiliates have, that our members have given us, I think it is irresponsible to assume that people not members, not regular attendees to the convention, are going to spend money to come to our convention. I think that puts us in a position where we could be telling the delegates and telling the members, hey guys, not only did this not make money, but we're broke. We just lost all our money. We have to turn off every resource that we've been working on building because we don't have the money to pay for them right now. Let me put it into perspective for you. We have $44,000 in the bank today. That is not enough to cover our expenses for next year, not including the convention. That is not enough to cover the things that we are already doing and providing. That's not the extra stuff. That's not getting things printed. That is the cost of us doing the things that we are already doing. That's eCanvasser. That's the websites. That's the voter data. All of those things. It's not enough. And if we lose money at the convention, what are we going to do then? We're going to have to cut things. I'm very worried about it. I don't like raising the prices. I'm not rich. I know that a lot of people in the party aren't going to be happy or be, some people are going to struggle. But the reality is, as Sam Goldstein often says, the members have to pay for it. And so I am very concerned that we're going to end up putting ourselves in a position where we end up having a significant deficit.
The training didn't raise in price, correct? The 125.
Correct.
Okay, well, there's options here. Like, if somebody's dirt poor and they can only afford $125, they can attend the Saturday training. They could do a Libertarian dinner, pizza at so-and-so's room for, alternative to the banquet. I mean, there's ways that we can cut pricing for people who really honestly can't.
It's an a la carte pricing. The Saturday training is, if that is all you can do, that's all you can. If all you want to spend the money on is to come as a delegate and go to the dinner, there you go. That's $125 with a new ticket price.
Yeah.
If it's just Russell bringing in his family members to come to the 94 Society, it's 75 instead of 50, which, by the way, we were losing money on already and need to raise that price regardless. The complete ticket packages and everything all inclusive. That's all of the different things. I agree with Lori on the Friday night thing. I would even, if you notice, I didn't talk about raising that price. I would even consider making that free for people to come. That used to be a thing that we partnered with what the hell, the American Institute, something, America's Future Foundation or whatever. And they partnered with us and they actually paid half the cost for the Friday night event. And we streamed it. It was our people there, but they were also able to give away tickets for it. I would support that. Ms. Avery. I think we've had 6 states come forward. Yep. I reached out to all of the state chairs and asked if they would send a box of crap from their state.
You're gonna get a box full of crap.
No, I mean, like, I gave like ideas, but if we could get a box of stuff from their state that is hard to find outside of their state, send it to us, ship it to us, and we will send a box to them of Indiana stuff for our auctions. And we've had 6 states that have already agreed to do it, and we're probably going to get another 5 to 10 for the auction.
Mr. Solomon, you were next.
Ticket packaging. I think those can be sold.
I believe it was, I want to say it was 130.
130. So with the $25 increase, which is what we're talking about.
Mhm.
And I get your rhetorical point. That's like, yeah, I don't want to have to look at the delegates and be like, hey, we're bankrupt here. But if we get the exact same number, we're talking about $3,000 here. And if $3,000 is the difference between bankrupting and not bankrupting, then I think that's a whole different conversation.
Some of those are also, I can't tell you what the because I don't know it off the top of my head. Not all of those were early bird. Some of those were at the higher ticket price. That's also people who just bought the dinner packages.
I'm just talking about so I'm thinking if we're okay with raising a la carte.
We
keeping the ticket, like the actual packages down, then we're talking about a much smaller.
If you only did the ticket packages or even the a la carte, if that was all we did, and we had one sponsor, which I don't even think was 20. Hold on. I believe it was 2,000. I think they ended up only paying 2,000. I don't think they actually ended up paying the full 2,500. I think it was just the 2,000 because there was a screw up with it, I think. All of those things, all of these things that are listed on this page that were paid for, if that was all we had done, we would have lost money. We didn't lose money because we also fundraise at the convention. My fear is, and it's a pretty standard amount, we raise between $5,000 and $10,000 in fundraising at the convention. Some chairs have been better than others at raising funds at the state convention. But if that fundraising had not happened, we would have either just broken even or lost money. Michael, do you remember? Chris, Avery asked she asked how much money we made last year over the cost of the convention.
I don't know specifically, but I know that it wasn't like the past where we lost significant amounts. So
if memory serves me correct, it was close to somewhere between $4,000 and $6,000 in profit.
Yeah, something like that.
Can I just
Thank you,
say
Mr.
that-
Schulteis. Hold on. Okay. There's no question. Mr. Hagerman.
Move to accept the recommendations.
Second.
Hear the motion.
Hold on a second. Are you saying the entire email?
The entire.
Even we haven't even discussed the other parts, part 7, the Saturday training again. Part 1 and part 2.
We've gotten down to past program ads.
Yeah, so we're from here. Number 2 is all the way down to here.
Right.
So 3 asterisk recommendations.
Yes.
4. Because there's one that's not really asterisk. It's the vendor tables.
And let's just say.
Okay, I'll buy that. We already did the Justin Amash.
Yes.
So that was moved. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. It was moved by Mr. Hagerman, seconded by Mr. Hirsch. The motion on the floor was to accept the recommendations as presented in number 2. All of the pricing increase recommendations.
I don't have access to that form.
Yes. Andrew.
It's everything that we just discussed.
Sorry, I'm like, really about not wanting to do that.
It is increasing. Okay, hold on. It is increasing the complete and student pricing by $25, the a la carte 94 society breakfast by $25, the
Saturday dinner by 50.
the Saturday dinner by 50, removing the remote options, and keeping all of the vendor sponsors and program ads pricing the same. That it's increasing it by 25. I said that. That is the motion on the floor.
This would
Is-
remove the remote options. Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay.
There'd still be remote viewing. We'd still stream it. It's just you can't participate remotely. The question's been called, or the motion has been made. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we'll move to a vote. Okay, we're going to do this by voice vote. All those in favor of the motion to amend the pricing, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. The Saturday training and panels. Essentially what we're doing is, yes, is there any objection to extending for another 5 minutes?
It's not great.
Is that an actual objection? Is that an actual objection?
Is this something that we are is this something that we can mention?
They haven't. They haven't.
Yeah.
I've been asking for months,
That's my fault.
so I want it ironed out.
So
Is it something that you can tell us right now?
What are we trying to handle?
Yeah, the convention committee can certainly handle that. And we have 3 out of 4 things here already. We just really need to find 4th on each one.
The original way that I had written it out had all of these broken down into different sections. Item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it goes from 1 to 7.
Yeah, so we just completed all the way up to 7.
Can you assure me that within the next week, we will have these items resolved and the other items that I sent to you
Yes,
in process to be resolved?
yes, because I've already got everything.
Okay, then we'll just move on. Ms. Avery.
No.
It's one panel at a time. The trainings are just like we did the previous conventions. There are 4 separate rooms for the trainings. Yes, and they're separated from the panel area as well. At one time, yes. Does that make sense? Okay.
So
We did 3, yes, it is. Yep. We did 3 trainings plus there was a panel last year. It'll be fine. I do. Mr. Rick. Okay. Okay. We're on to affiliation request. While we're recognizing Ms. Coquillard, I'm going to talk for her because she said she doesn't know what she's doing. Tim Cotton was appointed the temporary chair of St. Joseph County in October. I don't remember the date. I want to say it was the 6th, 22nd. I was way wrong. They held their organizing convention in St. Joseph County. They had a sufficient number of members attend. They completed their organizing convention and filed all required paperwork to the secretary and the chair of the state party. I have verified the documentation. It is all in good order. They have submitted an official request to affiliate. So I believe Ms. Coquillard would like to make the motion to affiliate St. Joseph County.
yeah, and I just Tim was going to be He has been putting in the work. He's, created a new Facebook account, Twitter account. He's set up a bank account. He has been creating graphics and all of that jazz. He's really stepped up and he's putting in work. So this promising that, they're going to they're going to keep things legit because they're in St. Joseph County. So I would make a motion to affiliate St. Joseph County into Libertarian Party.
Moved by Ms. Cocolard, seconded by Ms. Avery, to Jay Solomon's devastation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Nolan, are you voting? He gave a thumbs up affirmative. All those opposed say nay. The motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Cotton. We look forward to great news coming from you. What? You're related to Cassie? Oh, I rescind my vote. Just kidding. Now to talk about the Lawrence County situation. So Lawrence County, which one is it, Danny or Darren? Which candidate? Pleasant Run Township, Karen, Carrie Atkins, advisor, Pleasant Run Township Advisory Board. Dang. Her election officially as of yesterday became a tie after they counted the single provisional ballot. She was losing by 1. It is now a tie. The tiebreaker is a vote by the current board to determine who actually takes the seat. Our candidate's opponent's grandfather is on the board. There is a demonstrated issue with how absentee ballots are processed by the election office. Mr. Kinzer, the county chair, witnessed, as did the media, the election board processing that single absentee ballot twice and having to call the manufacturer to find out how to fix it. And the machine did not catch it or stop it. It reported 2 votes.
And 1 for election and 1 for absentee ballot.
Yeah, they voided it out. The problem is that this could have happened on election day too. They could have processed the same ballot twice. With that, they have retained an attorney to represent the Libertarian Party of Lawrence County to file an official request for a recount. Municipal levels do not get automatic recounts. It has to be requested, local level. Mr. Kinzer has requested directly to me that the state party kick in the cost of $600, which is, by the way, the last time we did a recount, it was $5,000. To kick in $600 to help cover the cost for the recount. The motion was moved by Mr. Solomon to
Seconded.
Seconded by Mr. Galt. Before I could restate the motion. Did you get the motion, Madam Secretary?
No.
The motion is to give $600 to Lawrence County for a recount. Is there any discussion? Mr. Noland, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. I thought that if it was in a certain percentage that it was an automatic recount.
Only for legislature and above. It is not for local races. I had to sit down because that was my understanding as well. And that is, it's not for local races.
Who made the motion?
Mr. Solomon, seconded by Mr. Galt. Any other questions or comments? Oh, hold on, Mr. Hirsch needs let in. I'm going to restate it for Mr. Hirsch when his audio connects. Give it just 1 second. Mr. Hirsch, the motion was made by Mr. Solomon, seconded by Mr. Galt to give $600 to Lawrence County for the costs of a recount litigation. That's the motion currently on the table. We're in discussion right now. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Hirsch, would you like to speak to it being in your district?
Well, I totally support it. I mean, but get it accurate, get it right. I mean, $600, we can swing that.
Is there any other discussion? Okay, move to call the question. I'm gonna, since it's under $1,000, any objection to a voice vote? Mr. Nolan and Mr. Galt, both of your hands are up. Is that intentional or is that an artifact?
My hand's been up since the convention report, but I will wait till this motion's over if you can call me again.
Okay. That is dedication, sir. I'm gonna talk on that subject. Okay, so we're gonna do a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Those two were ayes. All those opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Mr. Kinzer, please get with the treasurer so that we can transfer those funds to you as soon as possible. And please also make sure that I get a copy of the filing from the attorney. Yes, I'm going to be there regardless. I will be down there for it. Mr. Galt, go ahead with your question. He wants to ask it. It's a point of information, I believe.
It's a motion.
You son of a.
I would like to move to appoint Tanya to the convention committee to assist with the convention this year.
I second that.
It has been moved and seconded. I will state for the record that I actually was going to just appoint Tanya to the convention committee.
Yeah, I think it was already done.
I did not. I didn't even add you to the email list. I just included you in my email. What I said was that Tanya would like to assist. The reason why I didn't just appoint her was because she is running for an internal office and not currently holding the office. I thought you guys need to be the ones to appoint her. It was moved by Mr. Galt. It was seconded by Mr. Solomon. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All those in favor of appointing Ms. Tanya Millis to the convention? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. Ms. Millis is appointed. Did I say Mills?
No, we need to just go ahead and.
Call her Mills? Okay.
That's okay.
Ms. Millis is appointed to the convention committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Schulteis, can you please add Tanya, which is Tanya for Liberty at Gmail. The 4 is spelled out FOR. Tanya for Liberty at Gmail. Can you please add her to the convention committee email thingy?
Sure.
Thank you. Moving on, disaffiliation, Martin County, the request from Mr. Solomon to consider disaffiliation of Martin County. I believe it's completely in order. We've had lost all contact with Carmen Wagler. She's also doesn't live in the county anymore and closed the committee with the state election division.
Okay, so I have a question. We're responding
Yes.
to an occasionally respond.
Yeah.
Who informed me of all these things.
I just found them out on my own.
He said that state party already, often Michelle. Maybe Michelle Holiday also could be made up. Do you know any more about that?
I seriously doubt she had any communication with Michelle Holiday about. One, it is unlikely that Michelle responded. And two, that I just knowing.
Is there Michelle at the election division?
Yes, there is. Yes,
Yes.
that all she had to do was, and to that point, when I was looking up the last election reports, the campaign finance reports, that's how I discovered that that the Libertarian Party of Martin County had been closed. It was not administratively done. It was at the request of the county party. Yes, because I asked, because they did that to another county and I asked about it and it was a mistake. Because it was still requested by the county officer, but they had checked the box stupidly to close it, thinking, because it says final report.
But to summarize, so we don't need to take full 5 minutes for this. Martin County has refused to communicate or do anything since their affiliation.
The last remaining officer doesn't even live in the county and we have no other contacts other than her in the county.
So they just going to generate.
Well, no, they don't exist as a committee.
Oh, so there's no.
No, we still need to disaffiliate because we can't affiliate or put in new leadership until we disaffiliate. So the motion was made by Mr. Solomon. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Hagerman. It's to disaffiliate Martin County. I don't believe we need any discussion on this. I'm just going to go to a voice vote. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no. Martin County is officially disaffiliated. Also, Mr. Solomon wants to appoint someone as the temp chair for Orange County. I also received information from Tanya Millis and Darren Kinzer about this. I actually don't know who it is, so I have questions for you.
Okay, yeah, so I will speak to my agenda. So I was put into contact with an individual named Carl.
Felix, Felix.
That must be his own.
That's not as loud.
Dutchman.
Yeah,
It's, what is it?
I think it's stupid.
Probably. I'm sure I'm butchering it, but DUCHMA.
Say that again.
Email address.
What?
Oh. Carl.
Carl with a K or?
With a K.
Carl, hang on here. And what's his last name?
That was up with the B.
I'm highly doubting. I'm highly doubting that this is going to be in order. Because if we don't know his actual name, we
Right.
don't know that he's a member.
I thought he was in city. You.
Um,
On a city.
I don't really either from here. I have to be on my IP address to be able to access it now.
Adjacent to Orange County, so if we can't name this person, but we need somebody to like meet with them in person, I'm happy to go meet with them.
We can't, I'm not, we can't actually, according to our own bylaws, appoint somebody as a temporary chair if they're not a member.
He is a member. I have confirmed his membership. I'm just struggling to remember what his actual last name is.
You're 100% sure.
He is the only member.
He's the only member in Orange
I love how you say conversated. It's just the way you say it. Yeah, is he?
Yes, he is a state member. I verified it in the CRM.
You did?
For dinner, yeah.
Then how come none of you can remember who this person's name is?
It starts with a B, I'm pretty sure. A B.
This is,
Totally.
you guys are making this so much better.
He's like an office grade. Yes.
Well, his
Um,
email address is Carl Dutchman 2.0. But then when he responded to my email to him, his name came back Carl Felix. So I don't know if it's his email or if that's.
I'm fairly confident. I am 80% confident that his last name, at least in city, is.
It is a K. It is a K.
Yes.
So it could be, he's just a Dutch man. Right.
Yeah, I was gonna point that out. You just flashed that. It was a K.
Yeah, it's K.
Mr. Nolan.
Carl with a K. Got that far.
Can we delay this motion? You send out an email, voting?
Hold on. We found the actual one.
Yeah.
Oh, they found the name.
I'm ready.
It's Dutchman. It's Carl with a K, and then it's Dutchman, DUCHMANN.
Two N's.
Okay.
I thought it was the right name, but
Oh, actually, I do remember seeing that membership registration come through.
Yeah.
Because I remember commenting about the name.
Carl with a K.
Yeah,
There's a
Dutchman.
yeah, like I said,
Listen, man, sometimes you put this, it's the double letter that has to trigger it. So do you know how many of those I see? Okay, so we are sure that he's a member and that he is a real person.
yes, he's been to our meeting. He's been to our
Make it quick.
meeting and he's been texting me. He's been to our-
Okay, thank you, everybody. Everybody quiet. Mr. Solomon.
I've been in contact with Carl. He's been, He's been attending Lawrence County because he's in Orange County, like really, really far away from me. It is the absolute eastern end of my district. So he's been spilling over to District 9, seeing how they do stuff. We've talked a few times. He's looking to get something set up and start running candidates this year already. I've given him a starting point of people to contact that may be interested in becoming members, whether they're donors to previous Libertarian campaigns or people that were members a few years ago. He seems excited to get it off the ground. I would like to give him a shot.
As the motion made by Mr. Solomon is to appoint Mr. Carl Dutchman as the temp chair for Orange County. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Galt.
Is there discussion?
Jesus Christ.
I just have a couple questions, that's all.
Okay, is there any discussion?
Yes. How long has he been a member of the team?
Not long,
Okay, and
yeah.
you said he's the only member in that county.
He's the only one that's listed in that county, yes.
I kind of hesitant personally to keep affiliating counties or to attempt to affiliate a county when there's only one person on the whole county doing it. Because it requires two people to become whole county.
Kosciuszko started off that way. Morgan County,
This year.
Morgan County started off that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
There have been quite a few counties that are now very successful that started with one person.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I remember it coming through, is because it was pretty recent.
To get with Jay to find out if there's any other.
It's the temp chair, temp chair.
Yeah.
Is there any other discussion? Mr. Nolan, do you have a discussion?
Left over from the last one.
Okay, thank you. It's still there. Hold on, there we go. Is there any other discussion? Okay, moving to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Congratulations, Phantom Man.
Carl, it's okay.
You are. I'm going to try something new this time. Because this is my prerogative and I'm allowed to do this. Tanya Millis has, one, already made a connection with him, and two, she has specifically talked to me about wanting to help me organize the rest of the 92 counties. While she did send him information, it was a little inaccurate. So we are going to work together to affiliate, to get them through their organizing convention so that Tanya has been trained on the entire process from start to finish. So we'll work on that together. Next item. Okay. Why aren't you leaving?
I'm on here. If I do leave.
Next on the, actually, I would like to do that 100% anyway.
He's on my committee.
Next item is voter data. Okay. Okay. Voter data. Guys, we only have a couple more minutes. Voter data. I'm going to waive this even though Mr. Schick had requested it. Mr. Schick is also not here. And also we talked about it earlier and it was, the answer was basically supplied to him by Mr. Galt via email. So I'm going to bump that item unless there is somebody who objects to me bumping the item from the agenda. This is a permanent tabling. No objection, it's permanently tabled. District and county conventions, please try to hold your district conventions in the first part of January. And then encourage your counties to be holding their county conventions within the first part, within January. They must do it within February. They're required to send us 20 days in advance their delegate list for the state convention. I think that ends up becoming like February 12th or something like that. We have to redo the formula or re-update the formula now that we have Secretary of State votes. However, we will not do it until those votes are finalized. So once we have the finalized certified number from the state on the SOS election, then We will update the spreadsheet on potential delegate counts. But remember, the counties have until December 31st to increase their membership as part of that formula. So the table that we'll share, the spreadsheet, is a estimate. You could go up, you could go down based off of membership on December 31st. Does everybody understand that? Good.
Is there a reason why you said district before county?
Yes. It takes a lot more energy to organize the districts, to get the counties all involved. And what has ended up happening, you guys may be great and fine. However, what we have discovered is that most of the districts don't actually hold a district convention. And that needs to stop. It needs to be done appropriately and correctly.
What is there a requirement? 'Cause if-
There is no requirement. I'm suggesting it.
Chairs elected, I would like the incoming chairs. They're gonna be stuck with whoever gets voted on.
That's sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles.
What,
There is no requirement, but at the convention, if there wasn't a legitimate convention held, I'm going to not allow that district rep. It's as simple as that, because there were too many of that happening.
I mean, it's really easy just to have community on. Oh, you know.
He's wanting to do it later because he wants all the new county chairs elected. So he wants to wait until later. But I would like the new district rep, even though they don't take effect until the convention, to assist in helping the counties hold their county conventions. Because we have a lot more and there are people who need help. So let's put it that way. That's my only thing about district and county conventions. The other part of the county conventions is, again, remember, you're recessing your county convention to a date certain. That means your next business meeting, and you must state what that date is. Then you reconvene at that business meeting, nominate any candidates, and then recess again, and you keep doing that until the beginning of July. Otherwise, pro tip, the state party cannot nominate your local candidates. If you have any hyper local candidates, we cannot nominate them. So if you close your convention, if you adjourn, and then a candidate walks in and says, hey, I'd like to run for X, Y, and Z, and you adjourned your convention, tough titty, said the kitty. That's sour. Anybody got any events they'd like to discuss? Upcoming events? Going to recognize Ms. Schillings from Hamilton County.
December 15th, county will be having a sweater party in Ben's Alley and around 6:30.
Currently on the website, under the events tab, it
Can't
just,
hear. Can hear.
she's got in an event on December 15th at the Pinheads Bowling. It's ugly sweater contest at Pinheads Bowling for Hamilton County, December 15th. On the events tab of the website, the holiday party is live and the tickets are live and they are $10 per person. It is $10 per person and it's immediately after our SCC meeting that day. And there's an ugly sweater contest and a gold porcupine, aka white elephant contest. Again, I'm sure there will be fun prizes.
Of course.
That will be there. Some very libertarian oriented prizes. That is December 17th. The SCC meeting, I believe, is at 3 because it should be a short meeting. December 17th. Any other events? Any announcements? We have this space until 5 o'clock. Yes,
Don't forget Org Day next Tuesday.
Yes. Org Day at the State House is is it next Tuesday? Yeah, it is, dang. At the State House, so if there's organizations that you want to get with, to go there and talk about specific issues, or if you just want to go and talk to your legislator and remind them how much you hate them. Oh, thank you. Anybody have anything else? We haven't done it yet because of the election and everything, so we're just holding off a little bit. There is a motion to adjourn. It has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. All
Aye.
those opposed say no. We are adjourned.
It was great to see you guys. Miss y'all.
Thank you, guys.
Hi, Tanya.
But they're in my car, that's parked like 8 minutes away. Also, I had an eat today. If anybody wants to do an Indy lunch, I'm down for that. Otherwise, I have a buddy in Carmel. But Carmel's not all right.
No.
No.
It's basically.
Yeah, I had a buddy in Carmel and I called him. I was like, hey, you want to do lunch? You can get over here.
Not for it, just.
Yeah.
I have a little high school buddy.